Get on your feet. Now time is over with the quickness. Can I get a witness like Jehovah? Amen. Keep it up till I say when. Now I'm busting out the playpen. It's the era of Jake Rivera. Sparking revolutions like in Guantanamo. Like Pharaoh getting played from the hands of the creator. Locust devouring all the hocus pocus. Focus on the balls, but the curious unload. Contents under pressure. About to explode like Lufarino. Mean and green, so check my signal. It's the skinny individual who did you well. I kid you not. I think you stop if you got to scheme. Cause my team bring the steam like a Honda from an Oasis. And the race is right. Now it's time to take my place in the sun. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
Resistance is futile. We got potential approval. Invent the time to dance because our views get futile. It's brutal. So expensive, so even let me borrow symbols all suspended sense.
Self-suppression of evidence will be met with belligerence.
And you can hesitate minutes because like the president intent. Hence, your confession is expected if you think they were persistent in a method. Yes, you guess it.
Blessed are we who come in the name of J.
Our word spreads like
Oh, I declare.
it's a state of emergency, the prison and the sense. So don't expect the remedy, depend on the humanity. It's done forgiving that you can't resist the skin. So give yourself a move and it's still feel the war emotion while you see.
Cross, pause, cautiously. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Greg Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Greg. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like showing a knife. Never fear about what I said all night. I got a right. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I got it right. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on your... Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine. Stand all night, I got a right. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night. R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757 354 5517.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Down off in these streets, nobody's left to spread. Still singing Bible night before I pray is all the way. Way up ahead, I see the crowd flashing through the lights. I'd rather see the college.
The Round Robin NFL Week 8 is live on the air Sunday morning, October the 27th, 2024. I am Stephen Murray. This is the Round Robin, broadcasting live from our Chicks Beach studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. If you have been tuning in all season long, you are on quite the heater if you've been playing along on our tickets. And we are happy to report not only a winning week last week with a huge Monday night, but how about Thursday night as well, where it was just too juicy. This is going to spur me on to I'm going to have to go off on a tangent here about some of our fellow broadcasters out there, to be honest. So let me just start with this. How about Demarcus Robinson at 100-1 odds for 2 touchdowns? Demarcus Robinson goes up to 110-1 odds. He kind of fluctuates a little bit between 110 to 80-1, and then kind of drops down, goes back up. But how about that for 2 touchdowns? That cashes home big time on Thursday night for us. That's coming off a Monday night in which Mark Andrews scores 2 touchdowns for us individually at 33-1 odds. Some great receiver props we did with the running backs, receiving yards, James Conner, J.K. Dobbins, Derrick Henry. They all get there Monday night for a big win.
And we're just happy to report that we've been on fire and we've swept the board here for October. So we hope to keep that going on through this Sunday today. Now, the point of this program is this, and if you're tuning in for your first time ever, and we do have a shout out from Kidder96, who is in Atlanta, Georgia today, normally listening from Kingsport, Tennessee. So Kidder96, thank you for tuning in early this morning on the round robin. But a lot of the content and wagering shows that you get out there, we'll talk about closing line value and getting the absolute best of a line. If it moves a point, you might be too late. You can no longer bet it. You're not getting good odds, etc. And then you also have those people who will go out there and bash the parlays. They'll bash the same game parlays. They'll bash the regular parlays. And the content that this show is providing, you'll hear on other programs that is literally the stupidest thing to do. You only, and I heard the worst reason for it the other day is it's called lottery ticket betting. Yeah, I get that. It is. I kind of call that it myself. And we're talking about taking $10, trying to turn it into 1,000, trying to turn it into 2,000, trying to turn that into 5,000, taking that $10, $20, trying to turn it into 10,000 or even more. And that's called stupid by a lot of people out there in the broadcast media. And it kind of gets shunned for doing it the way that we do it and encouraging our viewers and listeners to think for themselves. But the bottom line really is this, and this style of a wagering show in which we do try to find the low-hanging fruit. We do try to invest $20 to win 1,000, $20 to win 2,000. Where all these people out there on these other shows might be calling us stupid, might be calling us crazy, might insist that this is not the way that wagering should be happening. The fact of the matter is literally this. When we win a big bet, like $7,000 off of $10 or $20, how many times can you lose that $10 in that $7,000 denomination? My math says that we can lose it 700 times and still break even. But you don't think that within that time period that we can't pick 4 or 5 props, 4 or 5 alternate lines, ring up 3 2-touchdown scores together on a parlay? You don't think within that 700 chance window that we can't do that same process again? I mean, I'm here to tell you that's what's happening. We can. So there's room for error. Yes, you do have to have thick skin. And, you will take some losses. But when we do strike the gold and your lottery slot machine picks all hit and you get that huge payout, well, then you have plenty of room to play with. And you have plenty of opportunity to not only not lose that money back, but to win more. And at this point, where all these shows, the same shows, by the way, you're telling us that we are not doing a good thing about the way that we approach our wagers. These same shows talk about how they lose money, which is even funnier at the same time. So maybe if they're losing and not winning their bets, then maybe they want to change their strategy from getting the best closing line, getting the best equal line value. There's a certain way to do things. And I think that it is our way with putting down your 10 or 20 bucks, picking 4 or 5 things that can happen. I mean, in any given day, you can't tell me that the Patriots can't beat the Jets by 6 points in overtime today somehow. Yeah, the Jets are a big favorite. Yeah, they're likely to win. But is it out of the realm of possibility to think that the Patriots can't beat the Jets about 5.5 points today? No, it's not. And if that does happen, you'll get, I don't know, plus 550. I haven't looked at it. Plus 600. And if you find a few of those together, which you will, on the board every week that wins, then you can string along some really, really nice profits. How about Bucky Hodges receiving yards on Monday night? I don't hear anyone talking about Bucky Hodges receiving yards except for this show. Well, he was plus 1360 for 40 yards receiving, and we jumped all over it. So that's what we did with DeMarcus Robinson. Not only has he shown the capability to score 2 touchdowns last year, which he did twice, he's been cold. So he's due to heat up the do list. And obviously that's a curse to a lot of people, saying that something is due to win. Well, DeMarcus Robinson was due for a big game. And if you're going to give me 100 to 1 odds or 110 to 1 odds, then we're going to grab them and profit off that. We did. So moral of the story is this, where you do hear a lot of other gambling programs, and if you are checking out all kinds of other wagering shows, you're getting a vanilla dosage of how they bet things. And that's fine. If that's what you want to bet a straight bet to 100 to 100, by all means, go for it. I'm not going to stop you. But if you want to try to take a chance and turn 10 or 20 bucks, find some low-hanging fruit and turn that into 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 on, simply 4 or 5 guys to score a touchdown. Nothing crazy. Then this is the show for you. And that's what we do all morning long here on the Round Robin, is we will look at everything across the board from A to Z on the wagering angles. What we'll do, I'll give you the rundown, really, is what we'll do is we'll get our man Dave Del Grande in here first. He's with Field Level Media. He's a senior analyst at Stat Factor, and he is the founder of Mr. Fantasy himself. He will come up here shortly. We'll have about an hour and a half discussion. I will come back. We'll get Nephew Dave in studio. We'll also get the Ants-Man in studio. We will discuss the whole full wagering slate with every angle. We'll hit Survivor pick before we do that. We'll come up with some Survivor stuff. And all morning long, we'll have fantasy questions from the viewers and ourselves, and some fantasy angles as well. So a lot to get to, a lot of content to cover on a Sunday morning. We appreciate you tuning in. And, again, if this is your first time listening to the show and tuning in, then do this with an open mind on how to do things. It's not crazy to think that Bucky Hodges can get 40 yards receiving as a running back. It's not going to be crazy to think James Conner today can get 25 or 40 yards receiving as a running back. Derrick Henry, 5.5 is his receiving prop. You don't think they want to get Derrick Henry in open space against the Cleveland Browns defense today? Kind of give him a little flip pass. He gets targets just about every game. That's one catch for Henry to get 5.5 yards. Again, another prop that wins for us last Monday night. So we'll approach this week with confidence. We won't get cocky. And what we'll do is try to come up with the best plays for all of us. And you know what? At the end of the day, I just want you thinking for yourself. You don't necessarily need to tail our plays. If you've been tailing our plays, you've been doing quite well. Dave Del Grande's ticket last week, 4-0. So if you want to tail our plays, by all means. But know that, yes, you do have to have some thick skin. You will take some L's at times. But when we do hit the big pots, man, they hit nicely. They really, really do. Okay, so our conversation with Del Grande has been being recorded on Fridays. Usually I do him on Saturdays, but our Virginia Beach rugby team, who I've been the head coach of, this season. As Saturday is a dominant rugby day. Shout out to the boys with a 38 draw at James River yesterday. Now 4-0-1 on the season. So we are missing a few of the lines on Friday when we talk to Del Grande. We'll talk to him about some other topics. We'll get into a little NBA as well, as the NBA is now in the full swing. He's a basketball expert. I'm enthralled by the NBA a little bit. So we'll get into a little bit of that. Then we'll get into our football. What we do with him is we try to find and identify the fun, high-scoring games in the early window, and then we also discuss the AFC West and the NFC West games as well. Now, once in a while, for no reason whatsoever, or at least the issue I have not been able to identify yet myself, is we will get the old robot voice pumping, where the robot voice is simply, it sounds like that. It sounds like me and Del Grande turning the robots. So deep into our recording, very late in our conversation, we had a little bit of a robot effect. That's the first time that's happened this season. Usually happens about once, maybe twice. So I cut out the last two games with him, and that is the Chiefs game, and that is the 49ers game. And he thinks that both of those teams will win their respective matchups today. The Chiefs can probably name their score against the Raiders, and Dallas just doesn't do well against San Francisco at all. Now, there's been a lot of Cowboy backers out there this week. We'll see what the crew says about that when we get to it. But Del Grande, who lives in the San Francisco Bay Area, he is boots on the ground there, seems to think that no matter what, the Niners will beat the Cowboys tonight. So that is the only portion of the interview that we'll miss with Dave. Besides that, we'll get into all kinds of other things. I'll be back shortly after 9 a.m. We'll get into Survivor Pick. I'll see if I can get my man Nick Athen on from Kansas City as well, and get his perspective on the Chiefs. His Chiefs, he's with the Chiefs Blitz. We'll see if we can get him on as well. When will the Chiefs lose a game? They are undefeated. They could go a while now. So we'll look at their schedule, dissect that a little bit maybe, and see when they can finally catch an L. Likely will not happen today. So without further ado, let's go to our man Dave Del Grande from Castro Valley, California. Once again, he is a columnist at Field Level Media. He covers the Golden State Warriors. He is a senior analyst with Stat Factor, and he founder of MrFantasy.com himself. I was flipping around and trying to get a feel of the NBA the other night. Just, your first look at all these teams. And I think it was, it's basically a half full slate. What was that? Wednesday night, I believe. And your Golden State Warriors were on. And I said to myself, Dave Del Grande says that they're probably not going to be that good. Or, not as good as in recent years anyway. So let me put this game on. And I saw that they trotted out that big lineup. And I said, I kind of like this. Let's see how it goes. And they're pushing the ball up and down the court. They scored 139 points. And that looked like a team in the West that could actually contend to me. So tell me where I'm wrong here still, or have you bought onto them a little bit better that you covered the team?
Well, I mean, they played the worst team in the league.
Yeah. Portland, granted, they played Portland, yes.
Right, and they come back Friday night, and game 2, they play the second worst team in the league, Utah. So and you look at their early schedule, kind of looks like the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's like what league are they playing in? Well, at least you're kidding me with the games they're playing. But they are a completely different style of team than they've been in the past. They've gotten, while they haven't gotten appreciably younger, you would say. I think I saw a stat where They still have the 5th oldest opening night roster in the league, which, obviously is top heavy because you've got Curry and Draymond Green on there. But they're playing with more energy. When the Warriors first started getting good under Kerr, it was all about perpetual motion, back screening, almost like a college style, of a Princeton style. You never knew where the screen was coming from. Everybody's moving, and you play 5 minutes, you get tired, as they put in a new guy. He comes in and does the same thing. And eventually, if the other team only has 6, 7, 8-man rotation, you can wear them down. Problem is, your first 6, 7 guys are not nearly as good as the other team's 6, 7 guys. And so you might wear them down, but you also might be behind by 20 points by that point. And that's what we're going to have to see here, because when you look at the roster, yeah, you've got Curry, but even Curry is older. Curry, did not have a real good season last year. We remember him as though the hero of the Olympics and what have you. Yeah, if you watch the first 4 or 5 games of the Olympics, he was not, a star player. He came on very strong in the big, meaningful games. Not saying he's a bad player. Just I wouldn't put him necessarily on the MVP watch. And then after him, you got Draymond Green, a very polarizing figure,
right.
An older guy, not what he used to be. And then you've got your cast of misfits. You brought in Buddy Hield, you brought in Kyle Anderson, you brought in DeAnthony Melton. Again, 3 serviceable guys, but a couple of them are on the older end. Melton hasn't done much in recent years. And so and then you got Andrew Wiggins. What are you going to get from him? I mean, if Buddy Hield turns back the clock, as he did for one night against Portland, and he did the whole preseason. I mean, it was like the MVP of the preseason. The Warriors won every preseason game, right? Then all of a sudden, all right, now you've got 3, 4, real legitimate NBA players, and now the young guys fit in with that, and you've got your energy. You could challenge for the last playoff spot. But I still think the teams in the league look at the Warriors and say, you know what, we're better than them. And that's hard to overcome over the course of 82 games, when it used to be when the Warriors played the bottom half of the league, the other team was like, oh my God, I hope they're not hitting their shots tonight or we have no chance. But even those teams look at the Warriors now, and heck, Portland maybe even thought this foolishly because they didn't realize how bad they are. But, in the West, you got Portland and you got Utah. And then everybody else looks at the Warriors, San Antonio, Houston, some of these, Memphis, some of these teams that, didn't make the playoffs last year. They look at the Warriors like, look, the Warriors got into a play-in last year and we're better than them. And so they go into games like that with more confidence. And you go in with more confidence, you end up winning more often. So I think it's going to be a fun team, but I think in the end, when push comes to shove and the game is close toward the end of the game, it's all going to come down to Curry and double teamed and throwing the ball crazily, and who's he going to pass it to? I just think they're going to lose more of those games than they're going to win.
All right, other random NBA thoughts as I was flipping around to all the games, just trying to get a feel. Memphis, obviously they have the million injuries here in the last couple of years. They've had the whole Ja Morant thing. They have a couple of players still hurt. Guys who are key guys, I think like Vince Williams last year. A guy who could be a good bench piece this year. But it just struck to me that they just find these players. I mean, their management, they have all kinds of guys that are trotting out there, guys I've never heard of. Next thing you know, this guy's shooting a 3, that guy's shooting a 3. Athletic team. Interesting. They're an interesting team to me. It's just, I wanted to kind of praise management a little bit. It just seems like they just trot these guys out of nowhere and they find these players who are very serviceable for them. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I mean, that comes with, see, the difference between Memphis and the Warriors is Memphis has a legitimately 4 frontline NBA players. And when you're filling the roster around those guys, then you can get these no names, these energy guys, whatever you want to call them, and make them role players. Like, okay, this guy here, you don't realize it. He's terrible on offense, but on defense he can lock down, and he's the stopper, and we can use him in certain situations. We need to cool down their hot shooter. We put this guy in, but when we need a hoop, we can't have him on the court. I mean, they're limited. They're role players, but they're role players, and role players are rarely successful when when they're put in a position where they have to do more than they're capable of. With Memphis, you've got Morant, who's a legitimate MVP type candidate. You got Jaren Jackson, who's one of the top young, rim running, dunking big men in the league. You got Desmond Bane, one of the best 3-point shooters, a real up and coming guy who I think you're going to see on Olympic teams moving forward. And you got Marcus Smart, who, again, not under the radar, injured all of last year, but a very good team player, very solid defender, kind of Memphis mode kind of guy, legitimate NBA starter. I mean, you start with that core of 4 guys, and like I said, now you work around this with your role players. I think Memphis has a chance to be a very good team this year, a top 5 team in the West, but it all revolves around Morant. And I'm confident that he can keep his ducks in a row. Hopefully he's learned his lesson, that, not just for him personally and his life and what have you, and making good decisions and but when you're a part of a professional sports team, probably, similar to other companies in the world. But when you're part of a team and you're the leader of the team, then it's not about you. It's about being the leader of the team. And this team desperately needs him. And hopefully he can respond to that in a positive way, because he's good enough to be the leader of a good NBA team.
Are you on the boat of the Celtics? All right, it's opening night. This playground basketball at this point, we're killing the Knicks. We can set this 3-point record. Let's just chuck up threes. Who cares? It's opening night. It's the ring ceremony. We're having a celebration here. If we shoot 19 or whatever it is, 3-pointers in a row and miss them trying to get this record, it's no big deal. Or are you in the boat where that's just a bad brand of basketball overall? Insulting to the Knicks. They should really take that personally, maybe, but they're not good enough to take it personally, probably at the end of the day. So what are they going to do about it? But chucking up threes at the end of the game, trying to get a record that no one really knows about. Cool, not cool. Where do you sit on that fence?
Well, I think too much is made of that. You see this a lot in sports. You don't see it a lot at the pro level, but you try to disguise it. I mean, how many times do you want to see a guy setting a rushing record or something, and so you keep handing him the ball, and he's in there in the start of the fourth quarter, and his team's up by 3 touchdowns, but stop him. A record is a record, and it's not like they're stopping the clock in order to make this happen or calling timeouts. I mean, there's a way to go overboard, and there's a way to do it. I don't know if there's a way to do it with class, but there's a right way of doing it. I got no problem with Boston's doing. It wasn't like Tatum and Brown were the guys in there chucking up the shots. It was second stringers who were trying to become a part of this thing. The Celtics are scary. They were really good last year, disguised as this team that was taking advantage of everybody else, falling off the map, especially in the East. But the fact is they were very good. And the one flaw that I thought they had last year, and I still think they have this year, is they don't have much depth. They cannot. If they lost
I was going to say
Tatum,
that. Yes.
If they lost Tatum, they would have to redesign their entire offense. I mean, their offense works so well. I mean, he is to the Celtics what Doncic is to the Mavericks. It all revolves around him. Now, yes, he shoots too much, right? But when he's, for his size, he's hard to defend one-on-one. He gets into the paint. Now you double team him. Now they've surrounded him with these 4 great shooters. Yeah, they're going to make a ton of 3-pointers a lot of nights. And when they're hitting their shots, forget it. You got no chance to beat them. Your only chance to beat them is, when they don't have their full collection there. And, they've got Porzingis, who gets injured a lot, and didn't play much in the finals last year, but they still had that left them with 5 core guys. And the coach there, doesn't matter if it's regular season or postseason, he burns those 5 or 6 guys. And, will that eventually lead to Brown breaking down or White getting injured or Holiday getting hurt? I mean, who knows? It's worked for them so far. But they can't afford to have 2 of those 6 guys out of the lineup because they just, the drop off to their second unit, kind of like I was saying about Memphis. It's fine, Pritchard and Hauser and these guys. They come in and they're kind of one-dimensional. They do their thing, but they do their thing because they're surrounded by, 4 all-NBA players. Now you take them, you take a couple of those guys out of the lineup and you put, we got to start Pritchard now because the Holiday's out. Now you see that, all right, we got the weakest guy on the court. They're going to go after him every time. And then you see limits to guys like that. Well, let's bring in Hauser. Well, he's the equivalent in the front court of what Pritchard is in the back court. So I think that's, again, the competition has gotten better. Certainly New York is supposed to be better than what they showed the other night. But Milwaukee is still formidable when they're healthy. I don't think we can count Philadelphia in there anymore, the way they're approaching the regular season. But you got other teams in the East. Indiana's improved. Orlando has improved. Cleveland is still steady. I mean, the competition is going to be tougher for Boston this year. They will still win 70 games against that competition if they can stay healthy. That's the big question mark.
Yeah, I was looking at that bench, and I was like, man, this is not deep at all. So you wonder about how they can hold up through the rigors of the regular season here. Let's see. Anything else to you stick out with the NBA from the first few games?
I think, the same thing happened in the West that happened in the East. Now, granted, we're talking about one game here, first week of the season, whatever, but we've already had the showdown. We had the Boston-New York showdown on opening night, and oh my God, this isn't really how it's going to be all year, is it? And then we had that in the West where Oklahoma City, went to Denver, won very easily.
Yep.
Looked like easily the better of the 2 teams. And that surprised me. I guess I just underrate Oklahoma City because I think Denver still has a chance to be real good.
Right.
The problem with Denver is, how is Westbrook going to fit in? They had what made Denver so successful in recent years was that they had Jokic and everything revolved around them. You had a power forward who was an offensive rebounder and dunker. You had another forward who was a 3-point shooter. You had a guard who was a 3-and-D point guard, and then you had Murray, who was kind of the second scorer, a big time scorer. You had the ideal mold of a starting 5, but you lost Caldwell Pope, to Orlando, and you don't have a replacement for him. I mean, you brought in Christian Brown off the bench. And if Boston's bench was weak last year, well, I don't know what that says about Denver.
Right,
Denver
right.
was just as bad, if not worse.
Right.
And now you've dipped into that by taking the best bench player and putting him in the starting lineup, which hurts your starting lineup, which also hurts your bench. And so what's your response to that? You bring in Westbrook. And I got no problem with Westbrook as a player in general, but he's not a good fit for go stand in the corner and shoot 3-pointers. I mean, he's like the worst 3-point shooter in the NBA.
Right.
And yet he shoots, he doesn't know this. He shoots like 5 a night, and goes as 1 for 5 on 3-pointers. Well, I got 18 points and 11 assists. Well, yeah, but you know what? You would have had a lot better night if you hadn't taken those 5 stupid 3-pointers, and yet he doesn't get, I mean, it's kind of remarkable to me, that nobody has taken this guy aside and say, look, idiot, stop shooting 3-pointers. Giannis is the same way to a lesser extent. Giannis is the most dominant player in the NBA. There's no doubt about it. Nobody can stop Giannis except himself. When he comes down the court, and you get an extra point from behind this line here, and he shoots 29%. He shoots 80% on every other shot he takes, and it's like 29% on his threes. But he's always got to have his 3 or 4 3-pointers every night, and it's like no. What are you doing? Wise up. And Westbrook's been in the league for 15 years. He still hasn't figured this out. And so I question whether that fit is going to work there. And yet they don't really have an alternative, And so this could hold back Denver in the long run. But like I said, the early returns are, it might not matter. Oklahoma City just might be that good that they're going to run away with the West like Boston's going to run away with the East.
All right. This player was injured most of last year, and we talked about him 2 years ago. And I'm most upset about it because opening night, his prop to get 15 points was plus 600. And then on Friday night, it ends up being now plus 175. So we might be getting priced out on him soon. But Onyeka Okongwu of the Atlanta Hawks, high flyer down the court, Dave Del Grande, an easy winner on opening night, over 15 points.
Well, that's the thing about the NBA is even the bad team, what the NBA does better than any other sport, in part because it only takes 5 guys in basketball, whereas in football you can have a high draft pick, and that's great. And then you don't pick again until 30 picks later, and that second guy you draft isn't that great. So you're not really you've improved by one guy on a 53-man roster. That isn't going to take you far. But in the NBA, if you have that lottery pick, top 5, top 10, and you latch on to a good player, you're 1/5 of the way there. And even the bad teams like Atlanta, when they get one of these guys, and you surround them with a bunch of bad players, and the team is going to lose a lot. The guy has a chance to shine individually, even if the team doesn't do well. And this is a classic example of that. But you also, most teams in the league have a guy like this, and they have no choice. This guy, over the course of the game, he's going to get the ball 30 times. He's going to get an opportunity to show you what he can do offensively. The team just, we're down by 20. Let's just, take the reins off and let these guys run and do crazy things. And when they do, you see these incredible athletes, in a non-pressure situation, and the amazing things that they do. And, your boy there is a classic example. But like I said, there's pretty much 1 or 2 of these guys on every team. And I'm not saying it makes the teams like the Hawks watchable,
right,
but it is. If you happen to flip onto their game and you watch it for 5 minutes, you are captivated by wow, who's this guy? Never heard of him before. I wonder how my team can acquire him. Well, yeah, good luck with that. It's nice in the NBA when you get so many of these games are televised. If you really want to find any game, you can find it somewhere. And if you really want to become a basketball fan, get to know all of these great players, you get an opportunity to do that.
All right, let's get to the NFL. Flashback to Thursday night's game. The end of the game finishes in controversy, and I was going to bring up the replay assist here in recent weeks, but I guess this is the perfect time now with what happened on Thursday night. We're talking about Sam Darnold basically getting tackled by his face mask in the end zone. And I get it. If it's a tackle and a hand comes across the face, you let it go. Maybe no big deal at the end of the day. But this was a legit grab the face mask, rip him to the ground. And I think there's a lot of confusion with the replay assist. I'm not sitting here trying to dissect the exact processes of when it's allowed, when it's not allowed, who determines what with it, et cetera, who's behind the scenes with it. I don't know all of that. But what I do know is that they use replay assist in a lot of instances, and they very well should have probably used it in the case of that Rams and Vikings game where Darnold gets tackled by the face mask, only the face mask. Just a bet, are they going to come back and win that game? Probably not. But they had a chance. And at the end of the day, it's just a bad look if you're watching that game all night long. You hear about this stupid replay assist all season long, and here it goes. It probably fails you in its most important moment of need. Your thought there?
No, I agree 100% with what you said there. I think it's a great thing that the NFL has done for this very reason, and that is you don't want the dominant headline to be in the morning after the game that a bad call dictated winning and losing. Now, it didn't dictate winning and losing Thursday night, but it might have. And yet it was just such a bad call that it overpowered a good game, a fun game. The Rams getting their receivers back, Jefferson putting on a big show, the quarterback's having a good game, two good teams, and all you read about and the morning after is this terrible call on the face mask. Now, I guess, from the referee standpoint on the field, I can understand missing a call like that. You've got two guys basically watching the quarterback, but you've got, 8 or 9 300-pound guys standing between you sometimes and where the quarterback has, stepped up in the pocket or is hiding behind somebody. You can't see it. You don't have you got one angle. Each referee's got one angle, and if your angle is blocked, then you're going to miss calls like that. But this is why the referee assist, was created. It's like, yeah, the referee assist could find a penalty on every play, given all the camera angles, and heck, there might be more of them in the booth. We don't know the particulars of how many guys are watching, but it's it's this kind of penalty where whoa, where's the flag? Where's the flag, guys? Did you not see that? And then all of a sudden, now the referees, hold on now, it was powwow. We might have seen something, and they pretend like, they're getting together like, did you see that? And one of the guys says, yeah. He grabbed him by the face mask, okay. And then they call the penalty, and it's like, all right, we the bottom line is, regardless of how it was done, we got it right, and we move on. And if Darnold throws the next pass and it's intercepted, and the final score of the games is basically the same as it was anyway, the headlines in the morning are, Cooper Kupp returns, Nakua had a great game, the Rams went a great Thursday night game, instead of what were these guys looking at? And that's, like I said, that's the good thing. I don't know that a lot of fans really realize how many times, like every referee has a earpiece in, and they're being buzzed and saying, hey, whoa, that was interference. Get some help, you know. And then another referee comes in, and lo and behold, remarkably, he saw the interference, you know, but he didn't throw a flag. You know, oh, it got stuck in my pocket, you know, and then, you know, but it happens quickly and, you know, it doesn't really delay the game. It's not like, let's go to replay and look at 15 views and come back from 5 minutes worth of commercials and, you know, have the guy announce. No, this is happening very quickly. This, you know, sure, it's still a work in progress. I mean, obviously after Thursday night's game, it better be a work in progress. But I think it's worked very well in general. I think it's a very good idea. And hopefully the referees understand how important it is, maybe even more so now, that they're raked over the coals for what happened there. But if the ref assist had gotten this right, then nobody would have been talking about that the next morning.
Right. Okay. Let's talk some teams. We'll stick right there with the Rams. There's a lot of talk about Cooper Kupp being on the trade block, maybe even Stafford at some point. This is a pretty good team when they have all hands on deck. I mean, at least offensively, they have a ton of weapons to me. It would be ridiculous to me for them to break it up at this point. Do you think they keep it together and try to make this a run, especially with the way the other teams are in the West?
Yes, I'd be shocked if they made this level of trade because, like you said, this was one of the top teams they played. And they ended up winning the game by 10 points. But, I mean, it wasn't like it came down to a last-second field goal. It was a legitimate win. And this was a first game back for Kupp, first game back for Nakua. I mean, it was really almost like an opening day for the Rams. Like, we were 2-4, but forget those games. Let's look at this game here. This demonstrates how good we can be. We can still make the playoffs. We can still make headway once we get there. It doesn't make any sense to me why you would make that kind of trade in the middle of the season. We've already seen that some of these other trades, you don't get that much. I mean, got a 5th-round pick for Hopkins.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Amari Cooper gets traded, I want to say, for a 3rd-round pick. Devontae Adams gets traded for a 2nd or 3rd-round pick. I mean, you're not going to get rich by trading Cooper Kupp in the middle of a season and then going with a lesser receiver the rest of the way. Now, long term, if you want to decide after this season, we've talked a lot about this as the season has gone along, even before the season, that there's no value in these veteran receivers. I mean, once you start paying $20 million, to these receivers, and then you realize, there's guys coming out of college football, who are just as good, and we get them for 50 cents, and instead of paying $20 million, give me the young guy. I mean, so I can see where the Rams after the season would decide, you know what, Cooper, thanks for being here for us, but we need to go in a younger direction. We need to save money. All right, that makes sense, but not in the middle of the season.
All right, let's talk about my Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm going to miss Chris Godwin. I'm going to miss Evans for the shorter term, especially the way that I like to play some of the Buccaneers on their props. It's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle now for Baker, but where it looks bleak, again, like you said with the Atlanta Hawks, maybe some of the other guys, it's their time to shine, to step up. Maybe translate this to fantasy as well. Maybe Sterling Shepard becomes quite the commodity at this point. But overall, the Bucs are a really good football team to me. It sucks that they're missing a couple of their key weapons, but that's the NFL. As an ever-changing complexion from week to week, and the Bucs get the brunt of the blow here with those 2 key injuries. But some opportunity perhaps in fantasy too, right?
Well, this is a killer. I mean, it's one thing to lose one receiver,
right?
Because we see this a lot in the NFL. You lose one guy, that's okay because you're putting the next man up comes in as a number 2 receiver or a number 3 receiver, and he can fill that role probably in many cases, and you're fine. But when you lose both your, big time receivers, now someone's going to have to come in and be the number one receiver. I can assure you that guy is going to be a failure. There's just no way in the NFL you come in and immediately, come from the scrap heap and come in and be a number one receiver and draw the attention of the defense. They'll have to bring in a second guy as well. But even then, the second guy, by definition, is not as good as the first guy. So you're putting in a guy who's not qualified to be a number one receiver, and now you're putting in another guy who's not qualified to be a number two receiver. I think it's going to, it potentially could be a disaster. Now, what's Tampa going to do? I mean, it's not like they're going to turn into a running team, So, and I think it's, good luck, Baker. But we'll see. And like you said, you don't know quite. They've thrown the ball all season to two guys, and those two guys aren't there anymore. That doesn't necessarily mean they don't have anybody else. But I wouldn't try to guess it this week. I'd kind of let this play out. They're playing the Falcons this week, which under normal circumstances you would think would be a very high scoring game.
Right.
But, it presents a nice opportunity. We'll see after this week. Wow, he threw the ball to McMillan, 11 times. That's going to be the go-to guy. Or even somebody we've never heard of comes in, and now all of a sudden, he's got 6 or 7 targets, and he's a deep threat, and Mayfield likes him or whatever. We just don't know that right now. I think in the short term, if I had to pick one guy on the Tampa Bay who this benefits, especially from a fantasy standpoint, it would be White. I mean, this is still going to be a passing team. They're still not going to be able to run the ball, and White is their top running back. So it's like, how, why are you saying White? He's still a bad running back. Yes, but White's the best pass catching back, or one of the best in the league. And we saw this last week where they threw the ball to him a lot. He's got to be their number one target. And he could put up some pretty, for a running back, he could put up some pretty monster numbers. I'm talking about double-digit catches in the short term here while Baker figures out, can these outside guys actually get open? So he's someone who, from this game against Atlanta, he could have a very big game.
I could see some more two-back sets and throw Bucky back there. I mean, he's been getting targets too in the passing game as well.
Well, like I said, we will learn more about this team as we, after this, watching this game and after this game. But I agree with what you said there. I mean, at this point, when you have you've lost your 2 star wide receivers. Well, what do? Well, you throw more to your tight end, right? And Otten, has come on and done very well. And it was clear, I would think at this point among the wide receivers and tight ends, he's going to be the number one look for Mayfield. And then you've got the backs. I mean, again, here's your safety net. You've got wideouts who can't get open down the field. And so you hold the ball, and you get killed. No. I've learned these guys aren't getting open, so I'm just going to throw the ball short to Otten. I'm going to throw the ball short here to White. I'm going to throw the ball short to Irving, and hope to move the chains in a different type of way, but still by passing the ball. So yeah, I think all 3 of those guys. It would not surprise me one bit if we looked up Sunday night when the stats are in, and we see that these 3 ranked 1, 2, and 3 in targets this week among the Buccaneers.
Okay. All right. Good. We'll get to your 49ers in a second because, there's the same injury issues. You kind of, on Sunday afternoon, I sat there, and it's almost like the dust storm comes through the town wipes everything out. You look around, there's nothing left standing, and you're like, what the hell just happened here? That's the way I felt with the 49ers on Sunday. But let me ask you about the Jets real quick. And this was a week 3 question as well, because I asked you if they lost to New England, it would be complete disaster in New York with the media. They went out there and kicked New England's butt. We're going to assume that we shouldn't assume. We would think that they're going to go into New England and probably play their best or second best game of the year, the other one being against New England already, and get a win here. But if they don't get this win, I mean, that's a complete disaster scenario for that fan base. The media is going to be all over them. It's not going to be a pretty look for the Jets, right, if they lose this game?
Well, sure, but it's still early in the season. And I mean, and maybe, other teams in the league watched the Rams on Thursday and heard the Rams were thinking of trading Cup and maybe throwing up the white flag on the season or what have you. And then they show up and they have a really nice performance. And now all of a sudden they're back, based on one game, they've got a chance again. And I think that a lot of teams fit into this boat where they're being written off for the season based on, they lost last week or they're going to lose this week. I don't think the Jets are in that type of situation. Yeah, it would be a terrible loss for them to take this week, but they also have to look at themselves as a work in progress. They've got to get Adams more involved. They've got to figure out, can Adams and Wilson coexist? I don't know why they couldn't. And then we've seen Hall become more of a factor in recent weeks. If they can get those 3 guys working together and Rodgers is still upright, they have a chance, to be successful, whether it's, at 2-5 or 3-4 or whatever their record is. I mean, there are certain teams in the league, a team like Cleveland, where you look at them and you say, all right, this is a disaster. This team isn't going anywhere. Their season's over. I wouldn't say that about the Jets at this point. I think they have too much potential. Plus the fact that what's killing the Jets is their defense has played very poorly. And ever since they made the coaching change, ever since they promoted the defensive coordinator to head coach, all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, nobody's coaching defense anymore, and we just became the worst defensive team in the league. There's no reason that for them to be as poor as they have on defense the last few weeks. Now they get Reddick back, and that should help. And this week gives them an opportunity, like I said, to progress offensively in terms of getting Adams more acclimated, and defensively to get Reddick back in there to establish again that they're an elite defensive team. And if that all works for them this week, then look out. If it doesn't work for them this week, I still think that they can look at it and say, you know what, we're still progressing. We're not in our playoff form yet. We need to get better week to week, and next week will be better. So I think they can walk away with that kind of mindset, even if they lose this game.
All right, how about the 49ers fan base? Are they in any sort of a panic out there with their team?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, they should be in some ways because they can't beat Kansas City.
When are they ever going to beat Kansas City at this point?
Right, and that's what it is in the end. I mean, in a 49ers fan mind, that's what it's all about. It isn't about making the Super Bowl again or, winning 13 games or whatever it is. It's about winning the Super Bowl. And the only way you're going to win a Super Bowl is you're going to have to beat Kansas City. And they can't beat Kansas City. And this last game against them was, certainly worse than the Super Bowl was. And so that's certainly not encouraging. Now, they had excuses in this game. Kansas City's got excuses too. They had the best wide receiver in the league at the beginning of the year. He's not playing anymore. They've got a star running back. He's not playing anymore. I mean, they just opened a new can of wide receivers and running back. They brought in, crying out loud, Kareem Hunt, the unemployment line. He comes in, he's carrying the ball 20 times for them. So, get over it. I think the 49ers case, losing Ayuk for the season, I don't think it's from a fan standpoint, it's been a big disappointment because Ayuk's season's been a disaster, starting with his holdout. Then he got his money. Then he drops passes. Then he hasn't done anything all year. Had a good moment here or two, and now he's injured again. It's like, good riddance. You haven't been there for us this year. We don't need you because Jennings has come in and has done a good job, and now we got Pearsall coming back. We get a chance to see him. The key is getting Debo back, and because, like I said, if you've got a number one receiver, then the other guys can fit in behind him in a more comfortable role. If Debo's out like he was last week because he was sick, and now you're missing your top two receivers, well, now these guys, much like we talked about with Tampa Bay, it's very difficult for the number 3 and the number 4 and the number 5 guys to come in a situation where the defense, they don't need to double team anybody, and I think that, Debo, he did injure his knee. He didn't, he didn't tear his Achilles. No, he was legitimately had pneumonia. He was sick. But this is something you overcome. I won't be surprised if we see him in Sunday night's game. And if he plays, then all of a sudden, Jennings has been injured too. I'm not sure. I don't think he's farther away from playing than maybe this week. But even if he's not in there, then you put Pearsall in there as a number 2 guy. Then you bring in a number 3 guy, whether it's that guy Cowings or whoever it is your number 3 guy, and you put him in there in a number 3 role. You've still got a good running game. You've still got your line. I mean, I think 49er fans look at this, a little differently than the Tampa Bay people do, because Tampa lost 2 guys and 49ers lost 1 guy. And they look forward to the day when McCaffrey's coming back, which will probably be their next game. They'll bye next week. Probably be the following game after that. So, and I guess the best news of all is they're playing the Cowboys this week. The Cowboys not only have been playing terrible, but they're the opposite of the Chiefs. The 49ers own the Cowboys. And so the fans look at this game. That doesn't really matter who we trot out there. We're going to beat the Cowboys. Then we get a bye. Then we get McCaffrey back. So I think that the reality of the situation is, man, this is not a good look right now, especially coming off the Kansas City game. But I think that I think there's optimism looking forward.
All right. If I need one quarterback to win me a game who's not Patrick Mahomes, and I'm going to look at quarterbacks across the league, I'll say this. The Ravens have been a fun team to actually watch. I'm not a Raven guy, but they're growing on me as far as an entertaining brand of football anyway. They put up a lot of points. But if I need one quarterback to win me a game, and it's going to be a credit to this show and you as well, Dave Del Grande, it's going to be Jared Goff. A guy written out, left for dead 3 years ago. But here are the Lions, strong as ever. He has great talent around him. Obviously, that helps his cause. But Jared Goff has been a fantastic football player. I think he's gone 2 games now where he doesn't have an incompletion, if I'm right. Good football player. He's done very well for himself here the last few years here in Detroit.
Has put Green Bay, California on the map. Green Bay, California, where his high school Marin Catholics played. Green Bay, by the way, home of Pete Carroll and former Royals World Series hero Buddy Biancalana. Yes, very proud of my hometown. I think you kind of overstayed a little how good he is. He is similar to Brock Purdy. He's taken advantage of a good situation. That doesn't mean he's not a good quarterback. It just means he's smart enough to be an extension of the coach and to understand that I've got a lot of weapons out there And if I just do, the great thing about having a lot of weapons in your offense is somebody's open on every pattern. It may not be your number one target, Jameson Williams way down the field. It may not be St. Brown cutting across the middle. But you know what? If both of those guys are covered, then I know Gibbs is wide open over there in the flat. That's just the way our offense is designed. You've got a running back to Montgomery who keeps defenses honest. You've got a tight end who's been underutilized this year, but also is another weapon that a safety valve. And this is there's a big difference between a guy like Jackson, a guy like Tua, a guy like Stroud, guys who love to push the ball down the field and make big plays. That's great. It's just, those plays work sometimes and they don't work sometimes. In the case of like the 49ers, in the case of like the Lions, even the Chiefs, it's the quarterbacks who can keep the chains moving. And how many times do you see Mahomes throw the ball to Kelsey or throw the ball to the other tight end on 3rd and 6 and he gains 7 yards, and first down, and it's these quarterbacks, not flashy, mind you, but get the job done and do it in large part because they understand I don't have to throw the ball to my top receiver all the time like some of these other guys have to. I just need to spread the ball around to all of my weapons, and Goff does that as like Purdy. These guys do that as well as any quarterbacks in the league.
All right, the sports books have had a rough couple of weeks here, and we'll get into the slate for this week, week 8. Actually, who would be your quarterback on your team besides Patrick Mahomes if you had to start one?
I mean, if we're talking about having to win a football game,
the championship of the universe.
I think it would be Allen.
Okay,
Allen seems to be a combination of old school and new school. I mean, Allen.
He's fun to watch. Yes.
Yeah, he runs the ball like Jackson, not with the same speed, not with the same potential to go all the way every time he takes off running. But he runs smartly. He gets you 4 or 5 first downs every game. He scores touchdowns around the goal line when it can be tough. But he's also a very accurate passer, a sturdy guy. He's there every week. He'd be the guy that I would trust to get the job done.
Okay, let's get down to business now. And here's what we do with Dave is we'll look at all our AFC West teams, our NFC West teams, and we'll try to identify the fun game that could ping pong back and forth in either the early or the late slate. But primarily we look at the early slate. And let's start with those. We do have some of our candidates in this time box, right? Yeah, we have Arizona and Miami. So we'll get to that game in a minute. Honestly, like I said, the sports books could be on bloodbath alert here because we have a lot of good teams playing some really bad teams in some instances in this early session. So let's see. The high fun scoring game for me, you almost want to make the case it's going to be one-sided on the team points for some of these. But then if they get up to a nice, comfortable lead, they just shut things down. Okay, the fun game for me is going to have to be Green Bay and Jacksonville, I guess, because Jacksonville's at home. Man, that's a high number, 49.5. Oof. I gotta think the Ravens score a ton of points themselves like they usually do, but what are the Browns going to give you? It's a tough slate, Dave. But if I'm going to have to pick one to go over the total, I guess give me we'll get to Miami and Arizona in a minute. I think that could be a higher scoring game if Tua plays all right. But I guess give me Green Bay and Jacksonville. What's your game for 1 o'clock? Or the 10 o'clock
you know what? Very slim pickings. Excuse me. Very slim pickings in the morning this week. I mean, the matchups are not good. And as you were talking, I don't see that game on the list here. I think that there's some interesting games, but like you said, you got Baltimore and Cleveland, you got Tennessee and Detroit. Two to me very similar games, but that you would expect blowouts there. I'm not sure that the losing team can put up enough points in those games, although Cleveland's going to be interesting. This could be the real wild card here in the morning games. Is Jameis Winston is about as big a gunslinger as you find in the NFL, positive and negative. He throws when he's given the reins. You see him throw 40 to 50 passes a game like no other quarterback. And of those 40 passes, 25 of them are 25 or more yards down the field. I mean, he wings it. He doesn't care that there's double coverage down the field. It's like, well, the intercepted is as good as a punt. And if it's complete, then I look good. And so he leads, and even in his heyday, would lead the league in interceptions and lead the league in touchdowns. I mean, he's just, to me, he's a fun quarterback if you don't really care about winning and losing. And what kind of shape is he in? He hasn't played in a while. Cleveland now, they just traded away their top receiver. And they've got their top running back. You would think they would try to run the ball more, but they're up against Baltimore, and Baltimore is going to put up points against Cleveland, and Cleveland's going to have to try to match it. And that's every time Baltimore scores, that's just going to be a greener light for Winston. I think this game could be surprisingly high scoring as he throws a touchdown to Baltimore. He throws his, couple of long range touchdowns, and Baltimore. I mean, every long touchdown that Winston throws in this game just prompts Baltimore to come back and score again. I think this is your game here. That's going to be much higher scoring than you would project it to be, based on the fact that they're starting their third string quarterback. They traded their top receiver. No, they're not going to turn into Tennessee or Carolina just because they put Winston in there. They're going to turn into more of a volatile, we're going to score and we're going to let the other team score kind of a team. And I'm kind of looking forward to it. I'm curious to see, because there's going to be a receiver on the Browns who's going to benefit from this.
Cedric Tillman.
I'm going to guess it's Tillman.
Yeah.
I'm going to, I think Tillman has a very good opportunity this week to catch a long touchdown pass. Winston isn't one of these guys who's going to throw you 8 down and outs, for 7 yards, the Cooper Cup special, where he catches 10 balls for, 60 yards. And that's not Winston's style. Winston's style is going to, he's going to catch 4 balls to Tillman, and they're going to go for 120 yards and 2 touchdowns. But like I said, it's one of those things where, we haven't seen Winston play. We don't know if he has a special relationship with maybe the guy on the other side of the field, or he likes the tight end who's really good. So we'll see how that plays out. My feeling is that on a generally lackluster morning slate, ruined by the fact that, you think Atlanta and Tampa Bay, there's your game. Well, fireworks. Well, not anymore, So I'm going to go with Baltimore and Cleveland as the, light up the scoreboard morning game.
All right. Cedric Tillman's baseline receiving yards, 39.5. For him to catch a 30-yard ball is at plus 260. And Baltimore anytime touchdown on defense plus 650 on that. And I don't have a prop for an interception yet, but that would be a good one to get on.
They don't like minus 1,500 line.
You have to bet him
all
for
those
2.
are good.
You have to bet
I
him for
think
2.
all those are good for Tillman.
Right.
Because it's Winston is going to gun the ball down the field deep time and time again. And we talk a lot about this and what's it going to take to get over that number. It's just going to take one catch for him, to get over, and first off, you talked about, the yardage requirement. Yes, he's going to get 2 or 3 balls thrown to him past that marker, and so he catches one, then you're over that total. He catches one, he's over his game total. The Baltimore guy catches one and runs it the other direction, then you hit on that as well. I think all 3 of those, have a very good chance of hitting. I think his yardage, to me, is most attractive, just because of the way that I expect, Winston to play in this game. And it's not, it's going to take 4 catches to get to his 45 yards or whatever you said. No, it's going to probably take 2 catches to get there, maybe even 1. And in a game where they could be behind by 17 points before they even look up. And like I said, being down 17-0, throw out the game plan that we're going to run the ball a lot. Jameis Winston is going to be in his dream world.
Winston is 5-1 for 300 yards passing. And I'll say this too: the Ravens' defense isn't the greatest thing in the world, and that's definitely their fatal flaw at the end of the day, probably.
Right, but you have to remember that this isn't 4 years ago where we're 7 games into a season, right, and Winston is in mid-season form and he's chucking 45, 50 times. Guy hasn't played in, basically in like 2 or 3 years. So while I expect history to repeat itself, 300 yards might be a little carried away.
Okay. All right. 10-4. Let's see here. Any props stick out to you for any of our other boring games that we have in this early slate? So we have
the game that to me is the most interesting of the group. Of course, I would say this because it's single-handedly taken down my fantasy season. Well, we're trying to make a comeback, but big fantasy game this week for me is Tua's return for Miami.
Okay.
What is that going to mean? Is he going to get hit, the third time? Is it going to be an Aaron Rodgers opening night thing from last year where the first time he drops back to pass, somebody hits him, he goes down? Oh, my goodness. There goes, he's now done. Here comes the awful backup. All the media there, all the attention, and now, he plays 3 plays. Or, is he going to get some decent protection? Is he going to do what he's been able to do the last couple of years? I saw a great quote from Tyreek Hill. I don't know if you saw it. Telling fantasy owners to start me this week. We're back. It's like, okay, I'm sold. I've been waiting for you all season, and you're definitely in my lineup this week. I just think that it's an indication and something we've talked about in recent weeks that kind of like I was saying about Debo. Tua didn't blow out his knee. He didn't tear his Achilles. With Aaron Rodgers, you wondered, is he going to be, going to be able to move around in the pocket? Is he going to be able to scramble? He's had an Achilles injury. You don't really know with these things. That's not Tua's problem. He's been throwing the ball. His arm is in good shape. He's been watching film. I mean, he's ready to go in every single way until he gets hit that one time. And then, then we'll see what happens. But that hit may not come this week. It may not come the rest of the season. And if it doesn't come this week, then I really think I mean, you talk about a team that desperately needs to turn things around right now. They've been waiting for this. They've had a terrible season so far, and they need Tua to come out there in the very first possession and, wing one down the field to Hill, or, get one to Waddle, drive them down the field the first time they have the ball for a touchdown. And that turns their whole season around, gets them back to, remember, at the beginning of the year, we were talking about, this is maybe the best offensive team in the league. I mean, you could argue that from last season. And Arizona is not a terrible team, and not a good team necessarily, but it's the potential is there for Tua to have a big game. And I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see him go out there, see what kind of patterns are they throwing the ball quicker now because they don't want him to get hit? Have they returned to their regular offense where Hill's running 50 yards down the field all the time? It's knowing their coach, and he's got to be feeling a lot of heat. I got to believe that, to me, of all the teams in the league, of all the coaches in the league, he's the one who feels the most pressure this week, not only because, it wasn't his decision, he's putting this guy's life, quote unquote, life on the line, but at the same time, his job's on the line. If this move here, very risky, doesn't result in not only in a win, but in the type of win where you say, oh, these guys are back. These guys are a force to be reckoned with. And, if they don't get that kind of performance, especially if they lose this game, and then, now the balloon has completely burst. And, you're looking for the headlines Monday or Tuesday morning that this guy's been fired.
I think there's a potential for points here. Arizona and the Chargers was not exactly a high-scoring game. You got to credit the Chargers defense a little bit there. But Arizona has some nice weapons. They can all put it together. Miami has a bad defense. They should be able to have more success this week. So all that being said, if the Dolphins can get off the mat here, then 46.5 seems light to me.
Well, my concern about this game is that I think Miami's defense is vastly overrated. I think Miami's defense is about as bad as.
Oh yeah, they're terrible. They're not good.
Yes,
yeah,
but if you look at their stats, they're actually quite good, and the reason for that is because the other teams have had no respect for Miami's offense, so they've all played conservatively. I remember watching the game against Tennessee. Tennessee's had a terrible offense all year. But, man, you would have thought that they were the 49ers, the way they ran the ball, they threw the ball, they kept moving the chain, they kept Miami's offense off the field. By far, Tennessee's best offensive game of the year came against Miami. That's what I fear in this game, is that Arizona, who has a very durable and dependable running back, and a threat of quarterback faking the handoff and running around the end. I'm afraid that Arizona is going to be able to run the ball as much as they want in this game and churn the clock, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on the Miami offense. For you 3 and out against a team like that, you don't see the ball again for another 7 minutes, and now you're 3 more points behind or 7 more points behind. So that. I think that Connor, could have a very big game in this game. And I just hope that Arizona scores quickly enough that Miami gets the ball back quickly. What I don't want is because Arizona is going to score points in this game. And I just don't want to see it driving for 7 minutes to a field goal, driving for 8 minutes to a touchdown. And next thing you know, you look up, the first quarter's over, it's 3-0, And oh my goodness, and this game is, and I've seen, unfortunately, now granted, Tua wasn't the quarterback, but I've seen Miami play this game for like 4 straight weeks. Oh, just the worst football you can imagine. So it all comes down to the Miami quarterback, but at the same time, like I said, they've got to stop Arizona's running game, force Arizona to throw the ball. Not that that's going to stop Arizona, but at least it's going to get the ball back to Miami faster, even if it's because they just gave up a 60-yard touchdown pass to Harrison. So that's my fear with the with the total in this game. And then of course there's always what happens if Tua gets injured on the what happens if they play him one series and then they see that he doesn't have it or whatever, and they go to their whoever, Boyle or whoever, and then tear up every ticket you got. So I think that but to me that's what makes the safest play in this game Connor's rushing, because even if Tua were to get hurt and not play anymore, that's not going to affect Arizona's offense. It's only going to make Arizona run the ball more. And I think that Connor, who's, he's not one of these guys who, 50-50 split, he's one of these guys in a game like this who's going to get his 18, 20, 22 carries, keep churning it up the middle. I think he could have a really big game.
Yeah, a guy who gets better with age as well, James Conner. He's 70.5 for his rushing props. So do you want to throw him and start to take it up?
70.5?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's what's he for touchdowns?
For a touchdown, James Conner is at -110.
And what about for 2?
6-1.
Well, I think all of those are very solid. I would certainly want to put the 2 touchdowns on a greedy ticket,
right?
Along with the Baltimore TD. Immediately you're going to get
defensive TD.
You're seeking that headline that I see more and more on ESPN about in fact, I thought it might have been you, where there was a headline on ESPN the other day is, better in Washington, D.C., hits, $100,000 15-team parlay, geez, what are they not, know how to spell your last name or what? But yeah, with Baltimore's TD and for Connor 2 TDs, both at, 6-1 or so, we're rolling.
All right. So we're starting a greedy ticket. And I don't have a play for a primary ticket. Do you have any primary plays of anything we've discussed so far?
We're going to take Tillman.
Okay.
Let's take Tillman over his yardage.
Easy enough. Yep.
It was 43?
I think it was less than that. I thought 39.5. I thought. Let me look back. The Tillman receiving yards. Yeah, another little birdie told me Tillman too. He's like, hey, well, look out for this Tillman guy. 39.5.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
All right, so Tillman on a primary ticket. And Dave Del Grande's primary ticket, 4-0 last week. Won at 10-1 odds. So good job there. Tillman over 39.5. All right, so we start him there. Okay, so anything else on any of the following games that you really, really like? Well, that would be...
Well, I think that White, I would want White on a pass catching.
Right, okay, so Rashad White.
I don't know. Yeah, what is his, do you have numbers for him, pass
yeah, we should have him up, we hope. Actually, he's off the board right now in the limited available menu of passers. Bijan's on there. White should be on there, but he's not. Okay, so keep an eye out for Rashad White. It'll be something like usually 25 yards for him is like plus 115 or something like that, plus 120.
Yeah, I mean, I would look at him in both in terms of number of catches. He catches a lot of passes, so he's going to be a 5.5. receptions maybe.
Right.
He's got to go over that. And then, I'm going to guess his receiving yards are going to be in the 40s somewhere. And even still, I still think that I think, like I mentioned earlier, I really think he's got the potential for 10, 11 targets in this game, which means he has the potential for 10, 11 catches since, just throw him screens and in the flat. If he catches 6 balls, 8 balls, 10 balls, he's certainly going over 40 yards. Heck, he's got a chance for 100 yards. That would be another greedy ticket play was, jack him up in the yardage total and take a shot with him over 100 yards.
Right.
Man,
Right. Okay.
That's got to pay. That's got to pay jackpot.
Probably does. Usually, okay. Now with Evans and Godwin in the lineup for 40 yards, he'd be somewhere around plus 230, plus 240. With those guys not in the lineup, yes, it's probably a little bit lower because we're going to anticipate receptions. It'll be interesting to see what the number comes out. I'll have to text you when I see it. I'm going to keep a fine eye on that, though, as soon as it drops.
Yeah,
him and Bucky.
That to me, I would say among the morning games, I think Tillman's a play. I think Connor is a play. I think White is a play. I think those to me are my top 3 morning plays.
Bucky in the game against the Ravens, Bucky for 40 yards was plus 1250. That's why I hopped on it. It's probably not surprising that they're slow to put the numbers up for that game, given the fact that they don't know who's even going to start at wide receiver, probably yet. But I mean, it's got to, and even Otten, like I said, I mean, between those 3 guys, you've got to be looking at minimum of 20 targets. If they throw the ball, and this is going to be Atlanta has got a nice little thing going offensively. Atlanta's going to put up, go into the 20s, close to 30s maybe in this game. And Tampa's not going to be able to, we don't got our receiver, so we're going to run the ball. No, that's not an option with Tampa. They've got to keep throwing the ball. It's just they've got to tailor it down, throw shorter, go to your more dependable targets, your tight ends, your running backs. And so, Mayfield's still going to throw the ball 35 to 40 times. And if he does, you've got to figure half of those balls are going to Otten and Irving and White. Okay, so I started after Monday night, I did a first impression round robin ticket, and I included the Thursday night game. And just because the Vikings were on the road on the short turnaround, coming off of Detroit, I blindly just picked the Rams. I had the money in the account. So I said, let's just do this first impression ticket late Monday night while I have these fresh lines. And I took the Rams on an alternate line, which is going to end up checking a box for the following on Sunday. And you can tell me if you trust all of these, none of these, or which one you trust the most. But I basically didn't take the point spreads of these teams, but I went ahead and took their team points alternate over. And I'm talking about, and I'll just go ahead and give you the baseline. But the baseline I have for the Lions is 28.5. The baseline I have for the Ravens is at 27.5. The baseline I have for the Packers is at 26.5. And I feel like I have one more. Let me see here. I think I played a later game after that. Oh, yeah, I played the total in the Bears Commanders. We'll get to that. But do you trust all of those? None of those? Do you have a favorite? Lions, Ravens, Packers, team total points over.
I would go. I think the Packers are the least favorite of mine there, just because I think the competition is going to be stronger. I think those other 2 games could very easily be blowouts. And the only thing you're going to be worried about there is, they've got 21 points by halftime, 24 points by halftime. how much are they going to try to run up the score on a team that maybe can't compete with them. Now, what the difference in this is that I think Cleveland can counter with points if Winston is on his game. So I think the Baltimore number, to me, would be my favorite. I'm concerned about Tennessee's offense. That, like I said, Detroit goes into halftime of that game leading 21-3. There's really no reason for them to press the issue. And next thing you know, they end up at 27, and maybe you miss your number by 1 or whatever it is. So it's going to come down to Tennessee maybe needing, to put up some points in that game. I'm less confident there, but I don't see how they're stopping Detroit either. So, and Detroit's at home on their fast track, and so I that would be my number 2 choice there. And like I said, Green Bay. I hope Jacksonville comes out, has their passing game go on. They seem to have gotten better in recent weeks. They seem to be on a nice roll, and Green Bay can match points with the best of them. So if Jacksonville starts scoring, then Green Bay will start scoring. It's just, I don't know. Jacksonville's been a hard team for me to predict because they're good. They're decent enough defensively that when they're not scoring, then they don't give up a lot of points either. So that would be my number 3 choice of your 3 there.
Okay. No one in the universe in August was anticipating this Sunday's matchup between the Chicago Bears and the Washington Commanders. But here we are. This could potentially be a really fun game, especially if Jaden Daniels can get in there and play. I mean, we're talking about number 1 against the number 2 pick. The over-under is all the way down to 43.5, which seems low, but the Bears have been pretty decent here on defense. Very opportunistic as well, with a plus 6 turnover rating. In fact, they do have a shutdown corner who's given up just 7 and 6 yards against the top receiver here in the last couple of weeks. So McLaurin could be in for a long day. Do you see this being I could see the points here. I really could. Both of these offenses, if they're humming, they are humming. But we need to get Daniels in there. But potential for a fun game, though, if we get him right.
I don't think you're going to see Daniels.
Yeah, Mariota.
That's the problem here. And I think that's what's driving the number down in this game is when the coach comes out and says, you know what, we're not taking any chances with this guy. And it sounds like he's got I wouldn't say a significant injury, but a potential, quarterback with rib issues, and gets hit a couple of times. They're going to get hit a couple of times, especially in the ribs. That's the only thing you can hit when you're hitting quarterbacks. And then he's in the same situation next week where he can't practice, but we'll trot him out there for the game and see what happens. And then he gets hit again. I mean, you end up having a season-long injury where you're never on top of your game anymore, as opposed to, well, let's just sit him out a game. So what if we lose? But we come back next week and he's fully healthy, and then we start rolling again. It sounds like that's the approach the coach wants to take. Now, was that the approach he's going to take or not? I don't know, but somebody seems to think that he's not playing if their line is that low, and so I'd have to. I don't know. I got to stay away from this game when there's that big of uncertainty. Maybe you wait until the warm-ups or whatever for that game to see if he's playing or not. Because if he's not, then I don't see how you can trust Washington's offense.
Right. I do like the Bears if he doesn't start. I'll say that.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you would think. I mean, the Bears got a nice thing going.
Yeah, they do. Yep.
And Washington's not the type of defensive team, I don't think, that's going to slow them down. But Washington's not a bad team either. And so I don't really think the Bears are going to, necessarily put up huge numbers in this game, especially if they don't have to. If they're playing a team that doesn't have Daniels in there, and now you scored a couple of times early in the game, you see that Washington's kind of limited offensively, and now you turn into a bit of a conservative approach. You're on the road. Let's just get out of here with a win. I just think that Daniels not playing in the game affects both teams.
All right, let's try to get the bad games out first. That has to be the Saints and the Chargers, right? The Chargers are -7. 40.5 is the total here. Chargers lose at Arizona. The Saints licking their wounds completely from being maybe the first completely injured team of the season. Now a few of the other teams have caught up with them at this point. I don't have any touchdown scores on the board. I don't have any player props available, mainly because of the Saints, I'm sure, at this point. But any thoughts on this one at all?
Well, the number tells you that, man, the Saints are in bad shape. How in the world do they go from this team, basically favored over Philadelphia in the second week of the season, blew out Dallas, to a team that's a 7-point underdog to the Chargers? Well, they did look that bad last week. Now, I think Olave's back this week. I think Taysom Hill's back this week, but they still got quarterback problems. This is a tailor-made team for the Chargers to just churn the ball, run the ball, keep running the ball. We don't respect the other team's offense. Play conservatively. When you're low-scoring 17-10 type of game, I think Dobbins is going to be very, very, very active in this game. He has, with Edwards having gotten hurt, and Vidal not really ready to, take on a big time second back role yet. It just seems that you kind of like Connor. They've got this big back who's just going to run the ball up the middle 15, 18, 20 times in this game. I think he's a very, very, very solid play in this game just based on number of attempts he's going to get. I think he would be a strong play to go over his yardage. I think you said it's not even up yet, but when it does pop, he will be like Connor. He will be a guy who, based on number of touches in terms of rushing the ball, he's got to be a very solid play for a touchdown and over his yardage total. So I'd keep an eye on that.
Okay, so we'll put him to the side. So primary ticket, is he primary ticket worthy when that comes out open?
I think so.
Yep,
Again,
yep.
It depends on what the number they put up, but
right.
He's one of these. Unlike Connor, the track record isn't there for him. I mean, he's gone from a guy with a very low numbers to bigger numbers, and I don't think it's caught up to where. Okay, in a game like this where they really should control this game, and New Orleans was so bad this last game that they played, and this is the way that the Chargers want to play. They're going to be able to play that style. They don't really have a tag team partner for him. I just think it's Harbaugh's telling him all week long, hey, we're just going to keep handing it to you. And you raise your hand when you've had enough, because until you do, we're going to keep handing it to you.
All right, two perceived bad teams going in opposite directions are Carolina and Denver. Carolina's just getting worse and worse as the season goes. Denver, you see improvement in their game as we go week to week. Might look ugly at times, but generally trending, I think, in the right direction. I like Denver in this game. -10.5. They're at home. It's 41.5, which is a low total. But with Bryce Young, I just don't think Carolina is going to give you much here. But I would look at Denver with their team points in the same light that I would some of those teams I mentioned to you earlier, like Detroit and the Ravens. I think Denver can probably have their way at home. They can probably name their score. And I think this is an easy win for them. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's very hard to make a case for Carolina in this game, especially going back to the young quarterback. Tough place to play. Denver's a real good defensive team. But, how could you trust Denver Certainly a below average team in the league. To blow out anybody. I kind of expected this when Carolina played the Raiders early on in the year. You gotta be kidding me with the line in this game. The Raiders are going to kill them. And then Carolina played their best game. Not that I'm expecting same thing to happen here, but I just think that this is in Carolina's element. I mean, it's not like they're playing Kansas City. It's not like they're coming out here to play San Francisco. No, they're playing Denver. A game at the beginning of the year. The optimistic Panther fans circled and said, "Well, we can win that one." Well, probably not now, but can they stay within 10 of a below average Denver team? I wouldn't put it past them, especially in a game that should.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voice-over services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full-script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better.
Family-owned and operated, CP Shucker's Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have a space spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Get on your feet. Now time is over with the quickness. Can I get a witness like Jehovah? Amen. Keep it up till I say when. Now I'm busting out the playpen. It's the era of Jake Rivera. Sparking revolutions like in Guantanamo. Like Pharaoh getting plague from the hands of the creator. Locust devouring all the hocus pocus. Focus on the most but the curious unload. Contents under pressure. About to explode like Lufarino. Mean and green, so check my signal. It's the skinny individual who did you well. I kid you not. I think you stop if you got to scheme. Cause my team bring the steam like a wonder from my oasis. And the race is right. Now it's time to take my place in the sun. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
Resistance is real. We governmental approval. Invent the doctor dances cause our views get futile. It's brutal. So expensive penny speed. And the moral symbols all suspended sense.
Self-suppression of evidence will be met with belligerence.
And you can hesitate penance cause like the president intent. Hence, your confession is expected if you think they were persistent in the method. Yes, you guess it.
Blessed are we who come in the name of J.
Our word spreads like
Oh, I declare.
it's a state of emergency, the president has sent. So don't expect the reality, depend on the humanity. It's enough forgiving that you can't resist the skin. So give yourself a moving, it's still feel the war, a martial law, you see.
Cross us cautiously. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Brett. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shonen Knife. Never think about what I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Stand all night, I gotta ride. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night.
R.I.P. Todd.
Welcome back on the Round Robin, 9:25 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, October the 27th, 2024. I am Stephen Murray. This is the Round Robin NFL Week 8 full wagering breakdown. We are broadcasting live from our Chicks Beach studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. Whether you are drinking your coffee on your patio or making a long road trip on this Sunday morning, this brisk kind of fall, autumn-like first feel of wintertime football type of Sunday. If you're traveling the interstates, back roads of this beautiful land, or if you're just simply working in the garden or doing things around the house, hopefully you're putting us on, turning up the volume, putting the phone in the pocket. If you're sitting on the couch and watching on YouTube TV, that's fine as well. Getting your pregame fill in. And that's the purpose of this show from the get-go is, working early for me on a Sunday morning, Saturday morning as well. It's just extremely hard to come about live content and, live content in terms of things that we want to discuss, like betting on football games. So here's what this show is doing. We're filling the void. If you listen to the program when we first started, I'll go ahead and give a little bit of a repeat of what I was talking about with our style and brand of wagering, putting down the parlays, the same game parlays, etc. with our various, 2 touchdown scores, our 1 touchdown scores, our NFL receive yards for running backs, our quarterback rushing yards, our, fourth wide receiver props. We're going down a menu of things that you just do not get on most sports channels. And you'll hear a lot about closing line value. And again, I'm going to apologize if you were listening earlier. I just want to kind of repeat this again for the new tuner inners, as we are 6:30 a.m. now on the West Coast. But if you are, chasing equal line, closing line value, half points, this move to half point, I can't bet it anymore. You're really looking to win $100 off a $110 wager. Maybe minus 140 is too steep for you. You like a plus money bet, but how often do you chase a 10-1 or a 20-1? So with the kind of programming nationwide that I've been tuning into, it's mainly anti everything the show has to offer. And I'm going to say this, most of those shows, if you listen to them, they're not winning. The difference between this broadcast and those broadcasts are this. We actually believe in the parlays. We believe in chasing the high payouts, because you are literally investing the minimum for the maximum. And if we do have, like, for example, as I'm going across tickets on my screen here, if we do have, for example, a $20 bet that pays off $5,000, that pays off $6,000, and we hit it, we have a lot of room to lose a lot of other $20 bets and still be profitable. I think the math, let's just say $5,000 and we're putting down a $20 bet to win $5,000, well, you can lose that bet 5 times and that's just $100, and you can lose it another 495 times to make $5,000. So the theory is this: you don't think me or you can't pick 3 or 4 or 5 games in that time period to get another winning ticket? Even if you do have some stray plays along the way, like I have a couple individual longer shot 2 touchdown scores on the screen now, guys I like today. Dalton Schultz, Tim Patrick with a good chance. All these guys floating around 30-1 odds. Why not go back to Mark Andrews to the well again while he's hot? 2 touchdowns on Monday. You got to auto play that again. You can win even these singular tickets to beef up your profits. So the moral of the story is this. Me, for one, I don't think I'm going to lose 500 times in a row before I win again. I'm going to win well within that time frame, and every winning ticket after that is just profit on top of the profit. And we are free rolling for the season, literally. The season's paid for. Most of the bills are paid for around the studio until the end of the year. So we're paid up ahead of time. And you know what? We're looking to go on vacation, hopefully, with the next ticket or 2. And hopefully we produce one of those this afternoon. And that will be the focus of this program. I'm going to go ahead and update the lines for you guys right now. And we're going to talk about the weather. I didn't do that earlier. Then we're going to get into survivor picks. And then we're going to get my man Nick Athen on from Kansas City. Actually, Joplin, Missouri. But he's boots on the ground. The Chiefs with an away game today in Vegas. But we'll talk about the Chiefs a little bit more in depth with him. Nephew Dave will be in studio. We'll get the full slate with him as well. The Ant-Man, will he emerge from his cocoon today? I got a glimpse of him about 20 minutes ago. That's probably why you had about 30 seconds or a minute of dead air. It was I got a glimpse of the Ant-Man, and I was a little taken back. But we'll see if he's primed and ready to go here in the 10 o'clock, early 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time hour. We have a full slate. Not a lot of no one on buys. Not a lot of teams on buys. We have nobody on buys, which is weird to me. Not weird to Dave Del Grande. We talked about it. No buys week 8. A ton of buys backlogged at the end of the season. Let's hear. Let me yell on Nephew Dave real quick. Hey, you're good. I'm going to interview my boy Nick here in a few minutes. So take your time. So Nephew Dave in studio reporting for duty. He's going to have some breakfast, get prepared for his big moment in time here this morning for all you viewers and broadcasters. But it's just weird to see the bye weeks with no one on the week 8. And then you're looking towards the end of the season. I think week 13 has no buys, but then a slew of teams in week 12 and 14. It's just spread out weird. And I get it. You have to do the schedule. These arenas are booked. These stadiums are booked by other talents like Taylor Swift, right? New Orleans. I think that's where she's at this weekend. So just weird not having anyone on the bye in week 8. So let's just start there. And we will go into Miami. This line is staying the same, -4.5. You can have it all. Actually, yep. Ant-Man's taken care of. I'm good. That's extra. The Dolphins and the Cardinals. Let's just make sure we don't have any South Beach weather today. That looks nice and beautiful, 81 degrees down in Miami for the Cardinals and the Dolphins. If you are playing Survivor, I think I would avoid this game. The Jets and the Patriots. The Jets -7, 41.5 up in Foxborough today. Let's see. Temperatures only into the 50s for kickoff. Winds about 10 miles per hour. So a nice autumn afternoon in Foxborough, Massachusetts. No line movement on that game this morning. We have no line movement in the game in Cincinnati. We'll have sunshiny skies. We'll get into the low 60s for kickoff. Wind a non-issue there at 2 miles an hour. So 47.5. Could this be the over game that kind of eluded me and Del Grande? I mean, you just kind of skip by this one a little bit. And maybe it's just the way the Eagles are playing, although they won dominant last week. And you feel like Cincinnati just hasn't been that good of a team either. But they go ahead and get a win as well. Is this a sneaky over in this game? This game's kind of growing on me a little bit here. I haven't read too much into it. But the more, and that's how it goes, folks. You gotta have I have my Monday first impressions. Through the week, I'll get a little bit more. Friday, things will really start to hit home. And then Saturday and Sunday, things will morph out of nowhere. And this total with the Bengals and Eagles morphing out of nowhere to me, over under 47.5. Just looking at it now, I mean, there's a lot of talent on that field. If we have a beautiful day in Cincinnati, I mean, why not go for an over here? So we'll talk to the crew about that. No Survivor picking that one, though. Green Bay and Jacksonville, I think I'd avoid the Survivor there. But we have beautiful sunny skies in Jacksonville, upper 70s. This line has not moved either. Packers -3.5, 49.5. Great weather in Jacksonville today. The Falcons are down in Tampa Bay. If it's going to be nice in Jacksonville, it's going to be nice in Miami. It's going to be nice in Tampa. The Falcons against the shorthanded, offensively perhaps challenged Buccaneers now at this point. The Falcons laying 2.5, over under 45.5. Can Baker come out and get that gunslinger mentality without Evans and without Godwin? You would think this would be a higher scoring game if you had those two guys. The Falcons can certainly put up points on their end. You got to think that this is still a play towards the over. If Mayfield can just get some of these Darius Slaytons of the world, Trey who's the one Anthony likes? Let's see here. Let me look him up real quick. Trey Palmer. Yeah, that's the one. You got a Jalen McMillan sighting. All right. So chances for guys today. Cade Otton is another. Cade Otton is another one that comes to mind who can be successful for Tampa Bay today. In Cleveland, let's check out the wind there. The Ravens, a big favorite. Temperatures only into the mid-50s today. Wind, Ooh, got a little sneeze attack going on this morning in this chilly autumn-like studio. Ravens laying 8.5, 44.5. Winds are chilled out there in Cleveland. Nothing crazy, 55 degrees. So a shot for that game to go over if Jameis Winston could come out and be a gunslinger himself. Houston and the Colts inside the dome, 45.5 the total there, 4.5 the favorite by the Texans. There is just no line movement on any of these games so far. This one's up a little bit in Detroit, 11.5 now for Detroit, over under 44.5. Same line in San Diego, in Los Angeles, I should say, at SoFi Stadium. The Chargers are -7 and 41.5. Let's see. Detroit would be a candidate for Survivor for me. Houston would be a candidate. I don't think you can use Baltimore because Cleveland is just a complete unknown at this point, even though they traded their players. Yeah, I think you probably could use Baltimore if you wanted to. So they're Survivor worthy as a pick today. Buffalo and Seattle is an interesting game. This is the one weather game. There's a lot of rain and some wind in Seattle today. Now, does it hold up through the game? It's been raining there. If you look at the map, it's just one big eastern Washington soaked radar. But the Bills are a mutter. They are used to bad weather. Josh Allen thrives in it. When they played Seattle, when they played the Eagles last year in a driving rainstorm, they got 71 points altogether. So the Bills are used to this kind of thing. And the Seattle surface is friendly. It is the field turf. So it's not like they're going to be in some sloppy grass either. So the Bills, Seahawks, interesting weather scenarios there. No weather with Washington and Chicago. Washington is now only 1.5. 45.5 is the total in that game. So that over-under is starting to creep up. So we do have line movement in this one. That's really about it so far. I think the Lions game's up a full point. Where they might have been 11.5 the whole time. I'll have to reflect down on the ticker. Let's see if I can grab it real quick. Nah. Denver's 10.5, 41.5. Temperatures into the 70s there in Denver today with no wind. So that should be fine. We're indoors with Las Vegas and the Chiefs at 425. The Chiefs -9.5, 41.5. Let's see. Weather in San Francisco tonight for the night game. Cowboys and the 49ers. It looks like we will have partly cloudy skies and 60 degrees for that one. And then we have the game in Pittsburgh tomorrow night. Weather to be determined. Reevaluate that tomorrow. I refuse to forecast that 36 hours in advance. They are calling for what should be just sunny skies and warm. Yeah, so no big deal in case some kind of crazy weather works its way in off the Great Lakes and drops into Pennsylvania. Besides that, everything else should be fine. So no major line movement this morning, except for that total, it looks like, in the Commanders game. Any other Survivor picks along that list? So the best ones are, it looks like to me, and you could maybe even take a chance with Pittsburgh. They've been red hot against the Giants, but do you really want to wait till Monday night? The Chiefs, yeah, they're worthy against the Raiders. Revenge on their mind. Denver is a worthy pick today. Also, the Chargers, I don't know about that. We'll lay off of that one. Detroit's a worthy one. Houston is a worthy survivor, and I think Baltimore is as well. I'm going to go ahead and lock in Denver. I'm just going to hit the Carolina fade train. I'll use up the Broncos, knowing that most of the pool players will probably take other teams. I don't know. It should be kind of everyone I mentioned. There should be a little bit of that everywhere. I'll hope that the least pick the team is Denver, and then Bryce Young can continue his NFL career in a very poor fashion in regards to my successful attempt to finally win the CP Shuckers Survivor Pool, where me and Miss Kelly have been splitting for the last 4 weeks now. I got a feeling she's on Carolina. That's the problem. She's been going anti-Carolina on her picks. I'm just going to match that today. I'm going to assume that's what she's going to have, and we'll see if she goes elsewhere. All right, so that's Survivor. We'll go ahead and get on my man Nick Athen in a minute. Let me go ahead and do a quick commercial so I can cue him up. We got tickets on the screen floating through this morning. And what we'll go ahead and do is get Mr. Athen queued up. We'll take a very, very quick break, and we will be back right after this.
Family-owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Hey, does your home have algae or stains on the siding? Is there grime built up on your deck or brick patio? Coastal Pressure Washing Services has a warranty of professional services. From pressure washing to window cleaning to deck and fence staining, as well as dryer vent cleaning, you got it all. Call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net. Again, call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517. Do you want to advertise with Deep End Broadcasting? Send us an email at deepend757@yahoo.com. That's deepend757@yahoo.com.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
It is estimated that 23% of car accidents each year involve a cell phone. That's 1.3 million accidents a year. Reaching for your phone, you are 4 times more likely to crash. Dialing on your phone, 2.8 times more likely to crash. And texting on your phone, you are 23 times more likely to crash. Attentive drivers are safe drivers.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
One of the best bosses ever in the universe, Mr. Nick Athen, joins us from Joplin, Missouri. He is with the ChiefsBlitz.com, PrimetimeSportsTalk.com, and he is all knowledgeable about everything Kansas City Chiefs. Nick, what's up, man? How are you today?
I'm doing good. Don't look at my brilliance just for the Chiefs. Come on, man.
Oh yeah, your expertise go well beyond Kansas City.
Yeah.
But for this show's primary focus, I mean, you're a go-to guy. You're our layup. I mean, you're our Steph Curry. You're our Victor Wembanyama. Take it to the hole.
I appreciate that. There you go.
Okay, Nick. I guess it was after the pounding of San Francisco last week where I said to myself, okay, this team can go undefeated, I think maybe now. When has that thought entered your head? And I'm looking at the schedule too. Really, the landmines, I would say, are not many and separated apart by what seems like very winnable games. We'll go through it in a minute. But the thought of undefeated, you said it on the show in previous sessions that in previous years that the one feather in the cap that Patrick Mahomes would love to have probably is to have an undefeated season. So when have the actual thoughts of this team perhaps going undefeated, have they entered your mind yet? Not quite. Let's get by Buffalo first in a couple of weeks. Where do you stand on that?
Well, I did say about a year and a half ago that I thought there would be an undefeated season at Kansas City. I thought if it was ever going to happen, it would be this year, just based on where the contracts were, like Thuney and Kelsey, and then they bring in Hollywood Brown, then they drafted Xavier Worthy. They've got Rashee Rice, who's just had outside of a stupid decision over the draft weekend. He had a great off season. And I thought, wow, this team's going to put together a defense that's finally good. And then all hell broke loose. And, now they're down to DeAndre Hopkins, and we're not sure, and Xavier Worthy, and we're not sure what else. And then you start looking at it, and, I look at their first 6 games, Baltimore, Cincinnati, the Chargers, the Saints, and San Francisco, all were playing good football at the time that, they played them. That's a tough stretch. You got 3 at home and 3 on the road. And, now it's Vegas, Tampa Bay, which is going to be a wash, Denver, which is going to be easy, but you start looking at it, and I think, the reality is that Patrick Mahomes has, 2 hills left to climb, and that's winning 3 Super Bowls in a row and going through an undefeated season when he's not even playing that great football. If it's ever going to happen, it's going to be now, and it's going to be this year, but we'll see. Who knows? Maybe the Raiders surprise them today and, thump them by 3 points.
Yep. So they got Vegas today, and I'll just go through the schedule. The Buccaneers, which is a much better game with Evans and Godwin. Now we don't know what we have with Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
Then they'll have Bo Nix at home after that. And Broncos have been tough, good defense, and they've been feisty. But you got to still figure they may be outclassed at the end of the day. The big 4:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time game, November the 17th in Buffalo, is really going to be the one the nation is going to have their eyes on, especially if Buffalo has a successful day, like I think they will in Seattle today. The Chiefs will be at Carolina. They will have the Raiders again at home. They will have the Chargers at home. At Cleveland, we know how that story is going so far. Texans will be another tough one right before Christmas. And then Christmas Day, which is the weird game, the Wednesday game, you got to figure that's a tough one if they're undefeated at that point. against Pittsburgh, but will it matter? I mean, they might have such a lead that they could really sit on it. And why wouldn't you maybe on a short week in Pittsburgh on Christmas on a Wednesday if everything's under control, home field advantage throughout? I guess maybe that's the next question. Would this team push to go undefeated, or if there's nothing to play for against a Pittsburgh team Christmas afternoon, middle of the week on a Wednesday? Why would you play anyone if you have everything wrapped up?
I think if they're undefeated, I think by the time they get to Houston, they should have the number 1 seed locked up. Barring anything crazy happening, Mahomes injury or something. But if they got a chance to be perfect, trust me, they'll play at Pittsburgh and they'll play at Denver, and they'll just try. Now, Pittsburgh, to me, we don't know what Pittsburgh's going to be on December 25th. We kind of have an idea of who they are, sort of, on October 27th. I mean, they just put Russell Wilson back out there after a sluggish start, but he beat a hapless Jets team. So, I don't put a lot of stock into, what Russell Wilson did really well for 3 quarters that he hasn't done well in the last 3 years. So, we don't know for sure what they are, but, the Steelers defense is really good. The Broncos defense is even better. So it's not like those teams aren't going to want to, uproot the Chiefs if they have a chance to break their, if they're undefeated at that point. And again, the mentality of this football team is so, it's incredible. It's so resilient. They've seen absolutely everything. They've overcome everything. And I think if they really put their minds to it and were able just to say, listen, we got a chance for to be the greatest football team of all time. Like the Patriots tried to do years ago when they, went undefeated and they lost to the Giants in the Super Bowl thanks to, an incredible catch. So, yes, will it happen in Mahomes' career? I just think all the tea leaves are pointing toward this year as the best chance it's ever going to happen.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. Today with the Raiders, do they name their score?
Do the Raiders name the score?
No. Do the Chiefs name their score against the Raiders? I mean, is this a blowout to you?
To me, it makes a lot of sense. The Kermit the Frog thing over the summer. The Chiefs don't forget stuff like that.
Yeah.
The Christmas Day game last year where they just, they gave up 14 points in 9 seconds. If not, they win that football game. But it was also the turning point that saved their season and put the season in perspective for them and said, hey, it's like now or never. And, they played like now or never and they won the Super Bowl. So, I'm not going to discount that one bit. I think it's important to look at today's game and say, okay, the Chiefs are clearly the better team. I mean, Gardner Minshew's terrible and has been terrible for a long time. Anthony Pierce, the head coach, is completely out of his league.
Yeah, there's a coaching mismatch. Yes. Yep.
Yeah, they traded their best player, Devontae Adams, to the Jets. Max Crosby is not going to be traded. Too bad he won't be traded to the Chiefs. But, I think if you look at this game logically, you think the Chiefs are 20 points. They're 20 points better. At the end of, that's 6:30 Central Time, they should be up by 20 points. Mahomes should be on the sidelines and, they should have the backups in there and let some kids play. But, these games are generally always close, and it doesn't matter if one team's great and one team's bad or, these are equal teams. The Chiefs generally find a way to win. But I guess I'm a little concerned that there might be a letdown after San Francisco because, the score really doesn't indicate that they just kicked their butt.
Right.
And in every phase of the game, the same with the Saints, the score doesn't reflect that. They just beat them up. So they have to go into Las Vegas with the right attitude, and they have to go in and say, listen, let's just take care of business. Let's make amends for the Kermit the Frog thing. They'll come up with some crazy plays. Give DeAndre Hopkins some touches just to kind of see how he can fit in this offense. And then, I think the silver lining, if we're going to go back to kind of what we talked about before, is Isaiah Pacheco is going to be back in December, and Hollywood Brown's going to be back in December. And you add that with Kareem Hunt, Hopkins, Kelsey, a more season-worthy Noah Gray and I would say 4/5 of a good offensive line plus Patrick Mahomes, no one's going to beat him at that point. If those things are in sync as they get to the last few games of the season and into the playoffs.
Is it a baptism by fire for Hopkins today, or are they just going to ease him on in?
No, they'll just ease him into it. I mean, I don't think he's going to play maybe 20 snaps, maybe 25 snaps.
So avoid his props. Okay, yep.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think I would take the bet on him today. I don't know what the prop bet is on him today, but I maybe 4 or 5 catches, I would think.
35.5 yards is his number, actually.
I take the over on that one.
Okay.
For sure.
All right.
Yeah. That's my advice for the day. Yeah, I think he'll get 35 yards. But I don't think they're going to put him out there and just, have him play a whole bunch of series and snaps. They'll ease him into it. So I think that if you look at that aspect of it, yeah, I would go the plus side on him.
You mentioned Noah Gray. He's at 22.5. He was great for us last week.
Take it.
Yeah, take him, right?
Easy money. Easy money.
Yeah,
he's the go-to guy right now offense.
Right. And for 50 yards, he's plus 420 today. Yeah. Okay.
Pretty good. I mean, the Raiders don't have the middle of their defense is not that great. I mean, they've got some issues there. And, Robert Spillane is their best player, and he's fabulous, the middle linebacker. But can he cover the safeties? I don't know. Trevon Moring, I don't see it. Isaiah Polamalu, I don't see it. Nate Hobbs is the nickel back. He might be assigned to him. So, I don't see where the Raiders are going to be able to stop the Chiefs from throwing the ball.
How about Kelsey? They're going to give him his touchdown?
I think he scores today. He always scores against the Raiders.
Right.
Yeah. Curiously, what's the number on Brock Bowers?
Brock Bowers for a touchdown today is plus 280.
Yeah. Take that bet. I tell you, I wanted him so bad for the Chiefs. He would have been the perfect transition for Kelsey. He is not human at any level whatsoever. He is just the best. He's the best tight end prospect I've seen, probably in the last 15, 20 years.
Right. Okay. All right.
And I'm telling you right now, even if Gardner Minshew's the quarterback or Desmond Ridder or Carter Bradley come up, just throw the ball to Bowers on every snap. He's special. He's so special. He will find gaps in the Chiefs defense for sure because he's ultra talented. And I swear to God, if they hadn't taken Xavier Worthy, I would have given up everything to move up to take Brock Bowers.
All right. And 63.5 is his baseline. So that's easy for you then.
I think in this game, yes, because he's going to be, Jacoby Myers is hurt, the wide receiver, and he's always killed the Chiefs. They don't have anything after that. And I think they're going to just throw the ball to Bowers.
Okay. All right. Good stuff. Anything else across the NFL you like today or you'll be looking at?
Let's look at the schedule today. Hold on a second. Let me get prepared here. NFL schedule. Live radio. I love it. I love it. All right. Let's go week 8. All right. Let's have some fun. I will give you how about this? Come on, computer. There we go. All right. What do we got today? We've got the Ravens at the Browns. Browns will win this game.
All right. Jameis Winston backer. I got it. All right.
Take the Browns and the points. Just something about the Ravens and the Browns. Titans and Lions. Lions are going to win this game. Take the Lions plus. Colts and Texans. Colts have played the Texans tough. They should have beat them in week 1, but I think the Texans are going to pull it out. I think that's a 4-point game or something.
Yeah,
like
4.5. Yep.
Yeah, I'd take the Texans plus the points. Packers and Jaguars. Take the Packers. Jaguars are toast. Cardinals and Dolphins is pretty interesting because Tyreek Hill's been injured. Tua is stupidly going to try to go out there again today. The Cardinals they're one of those suffering teams if you're a fan. But I like Kyle Murray in this game for whatever reason. I think he's a better quarterback than Tua, and I would not be surprised if they beat the Dolphins today. The Jets and the Patriots, at some point the streak's going to end, so I'm going to go with the Jets. Falcons and Bucks. Falcons can basically lock up the NFC South Division with a win, and the Buccaneers are decimated by injuries. Eagles and Bengals. Eagles are going to come out of the shadows and beat the Bengals. The Bengals don't play well at home. Saints and Chargers. Chargers should win this game easily. Seahawks will upset the Bills today. I think the Seahawks are going to play one of their best games of the year because they are in this pattern where they play really great and then they suck. And they play really great, and this is a really great week.
Yeah, it is actually unexplainable. They look so good, and then literally flatline bottom.
Their defense is very underrated, and I'm not sold on the Bills. I'm just not sold on the Bills, mainly because of the head coach. The game of the day, obviously, the Bears and the Commanders. Now, it looks like the Commanders are going to have their quarterback today. At least he's going to give it a go.
Yes, that is good news.
Terrific.
Yep.
James has been terrific. I know that the point spread's, up and down on this game, but I take the Commanders in this game. If he plays and he can play through the pain, they're the better football team. The Bears are a fun story, but the Commanders should win this game. Panthers, Broncos. I'm not calling for a Panthers upset today, but Bryce Young is going to be out there. He's got a lot to prove. Bo Nix is not a good quarterback yet. He's got some good traits, but I think this is going to be a 3-point game going into the fourth quarter. So I'm not sure I'd bet this game at all.
10.5 is a lot of points for a Denver team to cover.
Yeah. I mean, maybe the Panthers if Bryce Young plays really well. Chiefs, obviously. Cowboys, 49ers. Cowboys are going to finally do it. They're going to put the 49ers out of their misery. And then take the Giants points at the Steelers.
All right. That's a wacky NFL Week 8, Nick, if that's how everything plays out. We'll definitely have some craziness and some carnage. All right. Nick, good luck to your Chiefs today. Enjoy the game. What are you going to do? You hang out with the family and watch the game today?
Yep. We got my son's celebrating his birthday today, and then we're going to come back home, and we're going to watch Chiefs and Raiders.
All right. Happy birthday to him. Have a good game, and we'll catch up down the road.
All right, you got it, buddy.
All right. Thanks, Nick. All right, Nick Athen, my old boss from Warpaint Illustrated. He is with the ChiefsBlitz.com and PrimetimeSportsTalk.com. I believe Nephew Dave is ready to go. Nephew Dave, good morning, sir. How are you?
Morning, Steve.
We'll get you piped in here. Got your Commanders jersey ready to go.
Don't put me up.
Oh, yeah. Stand by. Microphone up. Added to the stage. There we go. We got you official now. Nephew Dave, what's up, man?
Morning, sir.
What is the state of the union of your Commanders right now?
It's not bad, Steve. We're sitting in a good spot today. Will be another good test. I feel like should be a fiery game. I think we see some points. As Nick mentioned, I think Jaden Daniels is going to give it a go. I got the update actually on the way over here this morning. All signs are pointing to him to play.
Did you give a fist bump into the air?
Oh, yeah. I felt good about that. Feel good about all the props. I mean, Mariota came in the other day, and, it's just against the Panthers in what was a game that was heading towards a landslide anyway. But he looked good and serviceable for what we needed him to do. So if he has to step in, I don't think that there's too much cause for concern there. He kind of has the same style anyway. And there seems to be a good chemistry here, Steve. So whether it's, the one or the two, I think the boys are ready to play today. Like I said, another kind of test. Bears have a decent defense, weapons on the offensive side of the ball. So, Steve, I think we're in for a good ball game here at 425.
All right. We'll get to that game as we get through the slate. That's a fun one, Dave. I mean, Can you imagine back in August if anyone said that this would be the fun game of the day?
Yeah, the Bears
Anyone would
and
believe
Washington is going to be a good game. Yeah, so who would have thought that? But here we are. Both teams are looking pretty good. So, again, that, is going to be on at the same time as the Dallas and San Fran game. But I think the Washington game is going to be much better.
All right, you want to get right to the slate?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, first game on the board, Arizona Cardinals, Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins are a 4.5-point favorite. The over-under is at 46.5. And I'm going to apologize in advance if we get into some sort of a sneezing epidemic in here.
Yeah, that was me yesterday, so it must be
It's just
fall
well, it's very chilly in the studio. Sleeping with the windows open in the fall when it drops down to 50 degrees will do that to you. But the Dolphins at home, they'll get their quarterback back. You heard Nick say it. Nick Athens say it stupidly. Tua is going to get back onto the field.
Oh, you're kidding me
today? Yeah, it does. Yeah, Tua is
wow,
back.
I did not see that.
You didn't see where they reporter asked him if he's going to wear the Guardian cap, and he said no.
No, that you know what? That is really weird because I have not seen, and I keep up on most updates and football and hockey, and I don't know how I missed that. But
this probably isn't the same exact quote as how he said it. This will be paraphrased pretty close, but he says that he loves football, and he's going to play until he dies.
Oh my! All right,
that's
then.
what he said, something like that. Yeah, that's
well.
great.
I guess that line. I guess these numbers make sense then.
Yeah, it's a 4.5 for the Dolphins, 46.5. I don't know what we're going to get out of Miami. I'm going to look at this game more from an Arizona type of view. Especially with a nice win, although they grounded out over the Chargers. They were able to still get the W. They definitely had some good plays in that game, stymied at other times. But the thing is, they travel well. They travel east well. They travel to Buffalo and put up some points. I just think that in a nice weather day, they're going to have their chances. Dave Del Grande loves James Conner in this game to run the ball in an attempt to keep Miami off the field regardless. And keep their offense on the sidelines and not even give them a chance. But I'm just thinking that both of these teams are going to be able to score points. I got to think at least two is a little bit better than what Miami had before. And I'm going to give the talent of these receivers a little bit of the benefit of the doubt of not having a good quarterback at all. Now they have an average quarterback, which is way better than what they've had, even though he's just average. So to me, that's worth 20-something points. But I like the Cardinals here to pull an upset. I'm going to look at the Cardinals to win this game. This is going to be my upset of the day. They're catching the points. They're plus 172 on the money line. I actually have them on a ticket that's flashing up on the screen. This was my first thought parlay on Monday night. And let's see if I can trigger this guy up here. Yeah, here it is. I did this on Monday night, and the first leg of the parlay hit with the Rams a minus 5.5 at plus 300. So the next team I have on this list is the Cardinals. I don't know why I did it a 7.5, Dave. I was thinking 28-20. Maybe this game just isn't as close as people might think that it is, and that the road team, what it is a teaser killer type of play. And the Arizona Cardinals, I think, are the right type of teaser killer for Miami this afternoon, who is what, to me, an unproven commodity. But I will give them the benefit of the doubt, and I think that there can be some points on the board. I think Arizona does get their points as well. I don't think this flies over 46.5, like super crazily. But I can see 28-20 Arizona, 31-23 Arizona, something like that in a weird upset type of game. So go ahead and give me the Cardinals in this one to beat the Dolphins. I don't like the Dolphins coach. I kind of like what Arizona has to offer with their coaching staff. And I think that's Arizona is a team that at the end of the day might not be the last place team in the NFC West and very easily can somehow find themselves up in first place if all these teams end up beating each other and things break right for the Cardinals. So I believe in James Conner today. I'll take a look at him as well on his receiving yards again. That was a winner the other night. He is just at 11.5 for his receiving yards. So I think that is quite fine. I don't have an alternate number on him yet. I'm hoping that will pop a little bit closer to kickoff. But as far as a baseline of 11.5 yards receiving, give me James Conner all day on that. He crushed that on Monday night, which led us to a big, big win. So give me the Cardinals on the alt line here, and I'll take some James Conner receiving yards, 11.5. Del Grande likes him for 2 touchdowns, perhaps today. I can see him for at least 1. So I'll put him on a single game anytime touchdown scorer ticket for just 1 touchdown at minus 115. But Dave, what are your thoughts on this one?
Steve, I was really kind of thinking the same thing here. Even with Tua being back in, that's the thing is the weapons around him only need an average quarterback to make the quarterback look good, if that makes any sense. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on for sure. James Conner, Steve, 25 plus receiving yards at plus 215. If you want to climb the ladder a little bit more, 40 plus at 6-1. So some good numbers there. I think 25 would probably even be playable as well. I have Trey McBride to go into the end zone today, anytime touchdown scorer. But Steve, really, I just don't like what Miami's been putting out. Yes, I know their quarterback has been hurt, but how many concussions has he had now? And he's going to come back again. Is he going to be able to perform the same way? I just don't know. You're going to maybe need to give him a game or 2 before you can maybe start taking some props and things otherwise. So I actually do like the Cardinals myself as well, Steve. Plus 164
nice.
On the money line. I like the money line play.
We're going to go with the upset outright right off the bat with both of us. Tua for 2 touchdown passes today is minus 113. For 3 touchdown passes, plus 360. And Dave, wasn't he just 1 hit away from being retired a hit ago?
Yes.
So does that make him 1 hit away again from being retired again?
I would. And what are they, Steve? 2 and 5?
Yeah.
I mean, why does he need to come back and play in a season that's really going the wrong way?
They think they have life still.
I don't see it, especially with Buffalo sitting at the top.
If he gets hurt today, that's going to be a media fiasco.
Oh, it's going to be a media firestorm. It's going to be insanity. It's going to be all they talk about. Him being in there just at this point right now, I don't see the life they think they have, and I don't understand why he would feel the need to come back already. Just give him as much time as possible to let the brain heal. But geez, man, I just don't see the reasoning behind it.
Tua gets hurt. Dallas loses. The Jets lose. There's your media storm for the next week. Kyler Murray, 2 touchdown passes, plus 172. 3 touchdown passes for Kyler Murray, plus 680. Let's see. Their passing yards.
And that could be a sneaky play because that defense on Miami is not that great.
They're not that good. That's why I was getting ready to say, Dave, I like your Trey McBride play just for that reason alone. A tight end running free in that secondary. Kyler Murray passing yards is something I might want to look at myself today. 250 plus for him is at plus 300, especially if we think there's a chance to get some points here. Plus 550 for Kyler Murray at 275 plus. 2 is passing yards. Just for 275 is at plus 164. I can't buy any of the 2 props. There's just not a chance in hell that happens today. Kyler Murray rushing is at 33.5. He could get over that. I do kind of like your guy Mostert, 36.5 today. Mostert, I would think, has a decent chance of the touchdown, considering the Cardinals' defense isn't the greatest. At some point, Raheem Mostert's going to rear his ugly head. Where's Devin Achane been? Can he get back involved today? He's 54.5 for his rushing baseline. The 2 touchdown score props in this game go as follows. And what we'll do is we'll build a 2-touchdown score, a long shot of all the games here. See if we can't get home. But James Conner plus 550. And we've done that on previous shows to some success so far. So let's see if we can build a ticket on the air. Devin Achane plus 550. Tyreek Hill 7-1. Mostert 12-1. Kyler Murray 12-1. Waddle 14-1. Marvin Harrison Jr. 16-1. Trey McBride, Dave, I think we should throw on this ticket at 33-1.
Excellent. Yes. I have 28, which isn't as good, but not terrible either. So yeah, I love it.
Jonnu Smith 36-1. Michael Wilson 55-1. George 70-1. Beckham Jr. 80-1. All right, so we'll start a long shot ticket on Trey McBride. We'll say a prayer for Tua and hope for the best for him for this afternoon against a pesky Arizona Cardinal team. All right, Dave, I mentioned it a second ago, the firestorm that could ensue if the Jets lose to the Patriots. The Jets are a 7-point favorite. The total is 41.5 here. If you want low-hanging fruit numbers, look no further than the Patriots and all their numbers every week because you can get some big payouts on some Patriot guys. Drake May, in particular, has been a nice little payout on touchdown passes here the last couple of weeks. Can he find some better legs than what they had against Jacksonville? The Patriots called out for being soft, losing to Jacksonville by their coach. How will they respond on that? Let's see. Man, it's amazing how some of my Patriot long shot players have disappeared off the board completely when I look at it. But anyway, I don't trust the Jets. I mean, I just don't. I'm not going to trust them here on the road either. If they win this game, I think it's close, Dave. I think the Patriots are going to give them a better game than what they that first Thursday night home opener on a short week on the road. I'm going to give the Pats, as bad as they've looked, they'll get a pass for that game. It's Rodgers' home opener, take 2. He was going to win that game. Now, with the scrutiny and everything that is following the Jets, after getting thumped in Pittsburgh, firing their coaches, finding new wide receivers, making excuses for everything. Oh, we'll be fine now. Oh, we'll be fine now. Will you? Will you be fine, Jets? I'm not so sure. So I smell a rat in Foxborough today. I think this is at least a close game. I don't know if the Patriots win it outright. Unfortunately, we're going to have to watch this game probably and be bored to death when it's 13-10 New England wins this game at the end. The total is low at 41.5. Like I said, there are some low-hanging numbers. The baseline for Drake May passing today is 203.5. Aaron Rodgers is 237.5 for him. Alternate numbers for Drake May for 300 yards today is at plus 920. Plus 920. That's good. Rodgers for 300 yards is plus 430. May for 3 touchdown passes, 11-1. 11-1. Aaron Rodgers for 3 touchdown passes, 4-1. So the Drake May props look good. He can rush too. He didn't rush nearly as much with Jacksonville, but at 24.5, that's probably a low number today for him. Brees numbers rushing total is at 75. Brees Hall rushing total is at 75.5. Ramondre Stevenson, who I don't think you could trust at the moment, 48.5. Braylon Allen just 19.5. Receiver number wise, all low. Let's see, Tyler Conklin just 23.5. He's been under the last couple of weeks, but we do like the Jets tight end. Brees Hall's at 30.5 for his baseline receiving. Devontae Adams 59.5. Garrett Wilson 57.5. All low numbers for the Pats receivers. Hunter Henry 35.5. Ramondre Stevenson 12.5. Demario Douglas 41.5. Kendrick Bourne 21.5. Kayshon Boutte 19.5. Austin Hooper 13.5. Antonio Gibson 8.5. You can get alternate yards on all these Patriot guys. Boutte for 60 yards is plus 590. Douglas,
I have it 11-1.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a good number. Demario Douglas, what do you have for him for 60 yards, Dave?
Let's see. Douglas, 60 at plus 225.
Now, these guys, you're getting better numbers than me in that regard. Now, if Drake May is going to have a day getting 3 touchdown passes, a lot of it's going to probably come through the air.
Well, 25 plus in their last game for Boutte, or however you say it. That got in.
Yep.
And that was a plus number.
So low hangers on all the Patriots. Give me some of these low hanging numbers. Give me the Patriots in a close game. I'll take the Drake May props. I'll jump on board those. What are your thoughts on this, Dave?
Oh, Steve, at this point, probably not too much. Give me a Devontae Adams score, maybe.
You think he gets involved today?
Yeah, maybe he gets a little bit more involved now. A little bit more time with the team. It's still even plus 100. 7-1 for him to score twice. I don't know, Steve. The Jets I just feel like you don't know what you're going to get. Let's just attack the low hangers in this one.
All right, Dave, for our 2 touchdown score for this game, I'm going to take Hunter Henry at 35-1 and throw him on the straight McBride ticket.
All right.
Just the 2 of them right now for $5. Pays $5,935. In fact, I think that's going to be good enough for me to fire right off the bat. Just for the 2 of them. In fact, I'll do that for $7.50. A Trey McBride, Hunter Henry, 2 touchdowns each, $7.50 pays $8,900. And I'll reuse these 2 for a round robin of other players that we'll put on these tickets. Coming up. All right, next game on the board. Eagles and Bengals. You know what? The game's growing on me as we go through the morning, as I said. It's kind of morphing on me on this over. We do have 2 decent offenses. Should be able to put up points on a nice day. Dave, go ahead and give me your initial thoughts on this one.
I do like this one. I think we see some points. I have an A.J. Brown anytime right now, but I think we're going to be able to find some pretty good angles here. If we look into the touchdown scores, Chase minus 115. I'm sure he's getting involved. Higgins at plus 130. Let's see here. Oh, I don't know, Steve. I think we see some points. So I think this could be one of those games where the props are open. And this could find its way onto the touchdown field goal list as well. The touchdown and field goal in each half, the ever elusive
yes.
prop play. So I think this finds its way. Let's actually take a look to see where that number is going to be. That's a 14-1, Steve. I think we're signing up for that one.
I do like that call there. 2 touchdown scores for this game. Barkley is 4-1. Jamar Chase 5-1. My man Chase Brown 8-1. Jalen Hurts 9-1. A.J. Brown 10-1. Zach Moss 15-1. Isavias is at 16-1. Devontae Smith 21-1. Burrow 60-1. Eric All 60-1. Grant Calcaterra 75-1. Gesicki 75-1. I think for our 2 touchdown score ticket, I think I'm going to take one from each team here, which is what you want to do because it gives you a 2 different round robins at the end of the day. But let's go ahead and throw Hurts in for 2. Let's go ahead and throw Chase Brown on for 2 as well. They will be 2 favorites at plus 900 and plus 800 to parlay with these other guys. McBride 32-1, Hunter Henry 35-1. Somehow, if all 4 of these guys score $5 twice, $5 is $371,000 today. You have a better chance of getting these 4 guys to score 2 touchdowns and get $370,000, Dave, or going to your I don't know. You think these guys? Dave was with me when I went on my rant this morning, Dave, about how people said that our brand of gambling and the parlays is not the way to go. Talking about their straight bets and equal line value. But Dave, we can lose $371,000 a lot of times on $5 bets, right?
Yeah, Steve. I mean, let's make it exciting. We're playing these little single even number games. I'm not interested in that. I'll just straight up tell you right now. Yes, maybe the style is a little unconventional, but if you've been listening to the show, it works. It's been somebody in the studio each week. And honestly, when it's one guy, we all win. We're all here in the studio together. We got the round robin brotherhood going. Exactly. If you've been watching, you've been doing well, and the naysayers can have it. They can play their little straight props. At the end of the day, we're going to go for the gusto, and we're going to get it home too, Steve.
Dave, do you want to hear the Tom Brady deflated sounder that I got on here now?
Absolutely.
Let's see.
I love it. I love it.
That was unfortunately when Aiden Hutchinson was hurt. Pretty deflating for everybody.
No doubt.
Well, the man said, did Tom Brady just say that's pretty deflating for everybody? I'm like, you know what? He did. I got to record that. All right. Let's see here. What else do we got? Single touchdown scorers in this game. Let's look at that. There's a plethora you can put in your tickets of 5 players or 4 players or 6 players. But Barkley's minus 150, Chase minus 120, Hurts plus 125, Chase Brown plus 120, A.J. Brown, nice number for one plus 145, Zach Moss plus 195, Iasavius plus 200, plus 230 for Devonta Smith, Burrow 5-1. Passing wise in this game, let's see, Burrow is at 257.5, Jalen Hurts 221.5 for their baseline. For their passing touchdowns, Burrow for 3 is at plus 290, plus 280. Hurts to throw for 3 is at plus 630, which actually isn't the worst one in the world, to be honest. I might have to take a look at some of that.
Hurts for 3 over here, 7-1. It just went up from 650.
Wow, man, you're getting some nicer numbers that on your book this morning.
Which is usually the other way around.
Yeah.
So this is
at least for these props.
Right. So maybe that's a sign.
Yeah, maybe that is. Let's see here. Rushing props today. Baseline Saquon 78.5. Chase Brown 52.5. Chase Brown has turned into the dominant running back here for the Bengals. He's really been a nice player if you haven't been on board with him. He's had a fun season in regards to fantasy and his props. A little quiet here in the last week or so. Not crushing numbers, but that could change today against the Philadelphia defense, who has a little bit left to be desired themselves, to be honest.
Right.
So 47.5 is the total. The baseline on this game, and then if you want to do the alternate over in this game, figure you need to get to 3-1 odds. You need to get 58 points or more, which I could see this game. I could see this being in the low 60s at the end of the day, to be honest. So good payouts to be had on a few of these things in the Eagles and the Bengals. Next game on the board. Can we get points in Jacksonville with the Packers in town? The Packers are an automatic point machine. You figure Jacksonville, they've been having some struggles, but they righted the ship a hair, beating New England in their second of 2 London games. Now they fly home and get a home game against Jordan Love and company. 49.5 is the total in this game. So that seems high, especially trying to rely on Jacksonville to get there. I mean, why do I see this being something like 34-14 Green Bay?
Right.
And Jacksonville's a little bit left out in the cold. The Green Bay Packer defense has been nice. So it's not like they're a walkover. A lot of points. I'd be reluctant to go over here. I would favor the Packer team points in this game. And I have that. One of my tickets that's posted, I took the Packer total points alternate on the road, hoping that they can score in the 30s today. You got to climb the ladder a little bit to get a real nice payout. But for 35 points today, the Packers are at plus 390. To get to 31 points, you're getting just about 2-1 for Green Bay. Again, give me some Dontavian Wicks. We have him back in the lineup. One of the things I was upset about last week, Dave, Dontavian Wicks not listed at all on the props. And then there he is catching a touchdown out of nowhere.
Right.
For us. So where was he at? He's plus 290 for 1 today. I love that on a ticket. Jacobs is minus 120. Bigsby plus 110. Jaden Reed plus 115. Brian Thomas Jr. plus 155. Dobbs plus 170. Tucker Kraft plus 210. He's trending up. Dearness Johnson plus 210. Tank Bigsby had 2 touchdowns last week. Gabe Davis plus 340 for 1. Bill Melton, he's still hanging around, plus 750 for him. Brenton Strange is a little bit of a Colt favorite, 10-1 for him to score a touchdown today. For 2, Jacobs is plus 550. Bigsby 7-1. Jaden Reed plus 750. Thomas Jr. 12-1. Dobbs 13-1. Kraft 17-1. Dearness Johnson 17-1. Christian Kirk 23-1. Evan Ingram 23-1. Watson 24-1. Dontavian Wicks 26-1. Gabe Davis 36-1. Emmanuel Wilson 42-1. Why not throw Dontavian Wicks 26-1 as a long shot with these other guys on this ticket? I don't even think we can do a 5-game parlay at this point. Yeah, we can. We can do it for 25 cents anyway. To win $600,000. But Dave, your thoughts on this one?
So 3 things here, Steve. This one will certainly need to be on the TV there in the lounge. I'll start off with saying 11 guys left in the survivor pool that I'm in. We're coming down to the nitty-gritty here. I do have the Packers today in that pool. So I really need them to come through. I mentioned that if I can get home here, I'm not sure what the other guys have, but I still do have some decent teams in my pocket there if I can survive another week. So this will be a big game for me. Let's go Pack. I'm going to take also, Steve, I'm on that thought with you with the Packers. I like it over 27.5 team total for the Packers today. I think I put this ticket up on Thursday evening. This is a team total ticket, which the Packers found their way onto. And then Jaden Reed, anytime touchdown, Steve. So I've got the 3 numbers or the 3 plays here that I like. So we'll be paying attention to that. I would say because of the Packers, this would be a good candidate for the touchdown field goal prop, but I don't think I can trust Jacksonville in that regard. So we'll leave that play alone here. But give me Green Bay in a rout today.
Green Bay in a blowout for nephew Dave. Receiving wise, Jaden Reed's 57.5, Thomas Jr. 57.5, Evan Ingram 50.5, Dobbs 48.5, Kirk 44.5, Tucker Kraft 35.5. How do you not like Christian Watson 30.5?
Right.
Josh Jacobs 17.5. Gabe Davis 30.5. Kind of like that, actually. Dontavian Wicks 29.5 for his receiving yards. How do you not like that today as well? Alternate totals on those if we're going to play guys like Wicks. There's no other program in the world who talks Dontavian Wicks more than this program does. I'll tell you that. 50 yards for Wicks is at plus 240. Christian Watson should be about the same for 50 yards, correct? Plus 225 for him. Passing wise. Let's go to rushing first. Rushing wise, Jacobs 62.5. Jordan Love just 6.5. He never runs, but maybe this could be the day. Trevor Lawrence, he's a runner, 11.5 for him. I could see that going over.
Yep.
To be honest. In fact, you're getting a Trevor Lawrence alternate number, maybe rushing. Nope. No, we're not. So we'll take a look at that. Bigsby 66.5. Dearness Johnson 25.5. And then
Steve, if you want Trevor Lawrence, anything over his baseline, 25 plus rushing at 3-1, 40 yards at plus 950.
Wow. All right. Yeah, it's a good numbers there on Lawrence that Dave's getting. Oh, man.
Bless you.
Thank you. Let's see. passing touchdowns, passing yards. Jordan Love passing yards. 300 yards plus 220 for him. 300 yards for Lawrence is at plus 410. As far as the touchdowns go, Love for 2 is at plus 112. That's a good, if you want a good, easy, straight bet, I like that one. Might as well take that, plus 112. For that's actually Lawrence. Love for 2 is at minus 215. That's a big difference. Love for 3 is at plus 190. Wow. So that tells you how much they love Jordan Love today with his passing capabilities against Jacksonville. All right, Dave, Green Bay in a route for you. I'm going to take the same. Green Bay rolls in Jacksonville today. And we throw Wicks on our ticket, and we'll go to the next game in the 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time window. Looks like we have 4 more 1 o'clock games, and maybe we'll take a break. Atlanta and Tampa Bay. Atlanta minus 2.5. 46.5 at Tampa Bay. No Evans, no Godwin. Atlanta with a bad loss last week to Seattle at home. But for the most part, playing pretty good on offense here. Defense mediocre. The Bucs defense has not been good. They can put pressure on the quarterback, but on the back end, they've been giving up a lot of points. The Ravens, Lamar, 5 touchdown passes on them back on Monday night. So no Godwin, no Evans makes the Bucs a lot less appealing to me. I've been on the Bucs since the beginning of last season. It's hard for me to stay on that bandwagon now. Obviously, they got players like Otten, Rashad White, Bucky Hodges, who can all still do damage for him. But where can they get some other production? Trey Palmer may be it, according to Antonio. But, you know, they're still going to have to potentially match points for points here with Atlanta. Drake London's been great. I love Drake London today.
Yep.
I think Bijan can have a nice day as well. But give me a Drake London for at least 1 touchdown pass. He's plus 125. Rashad White plus 135. Algier plus 190. Bucky Irving plus 210. Kate Otten plus 220. Darnell Mooney plus 220. Jalen McMillan plus 240. Kyle Pitts plus 260. 2 touchdown scorers in this game today. Bijan plus 480. Rashad White plus 850. London 9-1. Algier 13-1. Bucky Irving 16-1. Darnell Mooney 19-1. Kate Otten 20-1. Jalen McMillan 22-1. Pitts 24-1. Sean Tucker 26-1. Trey Palmer 35-1. Ray McLeod 40-1. Sterling Shepard 42-1. Baker Mayfield 55-1. As far as this long shot ticket, I mean, Kate Otten isn't even a long shot at 20-1. It's still a good payout for him. I'm interested in trying one of these other receivers at higher prices. But go ahead and throw Otten on this crazy ticket that we have going at 20-1. That's going to be good enough for the sake of this ticket. And Kate Otten, a reliable target now for Baker Mayfield. Overall, the passing props for these guys, 222.5 for Mayfield, 248.5 for Cousins. Baker to get to 300 yards today pays good, plus 630. Kirk Cousins to get to 300 yards is at plus 310. I think he could do that, to be honest, against a porous Atlanta, against a porous defense for Tampa Bay. That's what I'm trying to say. So give me some Cousins stuff. I'll write him down. 3 touchdowns for Cousins passing is plus 340. I think I'd rather have the yards. And Mayfield for 3 touchdowns passing still is at plus 560. He's still capable to do that, folks, I think. Dave, what do you think on this game?
Steve, I still think the over's in play here. You know, you mentioned the defenses here. I think Tampa Bay still has just enough to put up some points. I do like the offense, you know, minus Kirk Cousins when he decides that he doesn't want to show up. So I went over 47.5, Steve. Bump that up a little bit. We're going to go with a Drake London anytime today. I really like that play. he could be a possible 2 candidate as well. And then looks like, yes, I have a Falcons team total play over 27.5 today as well.
I like that. Good play, Dave.
A decent number on that at plus 180 as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at some Falcon team total overs as well. I think I'll go ahead and jot that on my list of things to revise here. The 12 o'clock hour in the sports lounge is a nice, quiet, hectic one. It's very peaceful as we all sit here on our phones and make all our bets from the morning.
It's madness and peacefulness all at the same time.
We'll see what else we can dig up on this game as well. I think the over's in play too, Dave. I think it is.
And really, I only moved it up 1 point, Steve. Just 1 point to get a plus number out of it.
Dave Del Grande likes Rashad White at 22.5 passing yards over. Sterling Shepard's at 29.5. Bijan's just at 22.5. I kind of like that over as well. Mooney is at 48.5. Otten 45.5. Palmer 38.5. Drake London 66.5. Pitts at 43.5.
Mooney could easily get that, don't you think?
Yeah. He's a hard one for me. I feel like when I take him, he does nothing, and then he does better when I don't take him.
That's Kirk Cousins for me. That's why I'm reluctant on that.
He's just off my list. Yeah. Trust me, Cousins isn't the best that for me either. But against the Tampa Bay secondary, who's just been struggling. I mean,
right.
I've noticed that weeks ago that I'm like, this is not the same Tampa defense. He might have a chance here. Bucky Irving rushing yards 30.5 as a number I would be interested in today. If we can get him over alternate, can we? Yeah, some of these numbers just haven't popped yet, or they're reluctant to give it to us. Maybe
40 plus 175.
Okay. Maybe it's because of our winning. They've put a special filter on to keep some of these numbers off the board for us. Algier 37.5. His rushing. Bijan 65.5. All right. We might do the break. We'll do one more game, then we'll do the break here.
All right.
Which will leave us with what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games still after this.
A busy 4 o'clock window.
Yeah, Ravens and the Browns. Ravens minus 7.5, 44.5. Dave, I'll just ask you simply, can Jameis Winston gunsling this into a competitive game for the Browns?
I'm not so sure, Steve. I have in that ticket of team totals, the Ravens are the highest one, plus 210. I have them over 31.5 today. I'm just not so sure, Steve. Honestly, Baltimore is rolling. I know it is a divisional game, which, can tend to change things up a little bit. But, Steve, Baltimore just looks like a well-oiled machine right now, and I'm not going to probably have any part of Cleveland hanging around here in this one at all.
All right. Dave, there's a popular segment out there that likes Cleveland. I tend to think on the side of you. I mean, what is Cleveland really going to give Baltimore today? I love the Baltimore team total points over in this game. I don't think they get stopped. I think they rub it in as much as they want. Henry is minus 250 for a touchdown. Now, here's a little trick. Just wait till the end of the first quarter. If Henry hasn't scored yet, he'll be closer to even money, and that's when you want to grab him. Then to make it cheaper on yourself. We've been successful doing that with him now a couple of times. Lamar Jackson's plus 130, Nick Chubb plus 135, Zay Flowers plus 230, Mark Andrews plus 270. How do you not like Andrews again?
Right.
On a hot hand. Winners for us the other night. When he went ahead and got his 2 touchdowns, we had him straight up. If Dobbins would have scored on Monday night, it would have been an even better scenario. Jerry Jeudy has done nothing, plus 310 for him. David Njoku. Can we see a rebirth of Njoku at some point? If Jameis Winston is worth anything, he'll get Njoku the ball at plus 330 for a touchdown. Rashad Bateman, who scored on the bomb last week, is at plus 320. Justice Hill scored last week, plus 390. Isaiah Likely is a number you're going to like, Dave, plus 430. I'm seeing over here.
Oh, yeah.
Cedric Tillman, Dave Del Grande does like him today. There is a popular segment of people out there who do like Tillman, plus 460 for one touchdown for him today. The Baltimore defense, sign me up for that when Jameis Winston throws a pick, is at plus 650 this afternoon. A Jameis Winston interception. Let's see if I can dig that up real quick. I don't think it's on my main page. The quarterback props to throw an interception. No, you got to give me the Jameis Winston interception play, right?
Oh yeah.
Don't they have to?
Yeah.
Do you have it on yours, Dave?
Interceptions?
Yeah.
Let me see here. I should. Yeah, interceptions over under. Winston. Yeah, that's looked like that's just gonna happen already. Count it. Minus 215 for one.
Wow. minus 215 for a Jameis Winston interception this afternoon.
So if he doesn't throw one, you get paid plus 165.
Let's see. Lamar has been killing it in his passing props. 212.5 is his baseline. Jameis Winston 237.5. Lamar had 5 touchdowns the other night. For him to get 3 today is at plus 540. I might be back on board with that, to be honest. Jameis Winston for 3 touchdowns is at plus 870. I just don't buy it, Dave.
No.
Here's my Jameis Winston interception.
I'm not buying it.
I got mine as 198, but yeah, still. Either way you look at it, he's 2-1 to throw a pick. 10-5 is what we should say. So you got to lay double the juice. Passing yards, Lamar for 250 is at plus 230. For 300, plus 850. Jameis Winston for 300 yards, plus 410. It's not like Jameis Winston is a young whippersnapper anymore either.
Right.
Kind of is the old man. 2 touchdown passes in this game, or 2 touchdown scores in this game. Henry plus 220. Lamar 9-1. Chubb 9-1. Zay Flowers 21-1. Mark Andrews 27-1. Jerry Jeudy 32-1. Justice Hill 33-1. And Njoku 33-1. Foreman 33-1. Did I already go through these? I think I already did. Tillman 65-1. Did we go through the receiver numbers yet? Oh yeah, Derrick Henry. You got to take him. 5.5 is his baseline. Just 5.5 yards receiving for Henry. He's been getting targeted, and it's just one catch for him. Get him in open space. He's going to get you those yards. Justice Hill 16.5. Zay Flowers 53.5. Aguilar 15.5. Bateman 35.5. Chubb at just 8.5 for his receiving yards. I could see that. Likely 24.5. Andrews 28.5 seems low as far as receiving yards for him. So we're going to have to take a look at that again. I mean, you're going to give me just 28 yards for Mark Andrews to catch balls.
Right.
I'm going to take it. Do we have alternate receiving yards on the running backs? Chubb or Henry? Not yet. But I'll look for more of those towards kickoff. I think the Ravens name their score, Dave, and I'm not going to expect much out of Cleveland. Moral of the story.
No, Steve. I just don't see how. I really don't.
All right. We'll do one more game and then we'll take a break. Let's see if we can get through all the ones. Yeah, might as well. We got 10:50 and then we'll take a break right at about 11.
Yeah.
So Texans minus 4.5 against the Colts. 44.5. Go ahead, Dave. Tell me your thoughts on this off the bat.
Thoughts off the bat, Steve. The play here, I believe, is going to be over 45. Minus 112 on that play. That's in a little ticket going on here. I just think that these two can score. I think, Houston at home is better. I think they win. But the Colts, have shown flashes of being able to score some points. We know Houston can. So 45 really seems achievable here, Steve. I think we look for an over.
I like the Texans in this game. I'm just not a Colts guy at the end of the day. I want to throw your Alex Pearson, this long shot touchdown guy, but I'm not going to do it.
No.
I'll throw Dalton Schultz in there at 34-1. 2 touchdowns today. Joe Mixon's been as good as it gets. 2 plus 270 for him. Jonathan Taylor is going to play plus 550. Diggs plus 950. Dell 13-1. Richardson 13-1. Downs 34-1. Pittman Jr. 34-1. Dalton Schultz 34-1. Damian Pierce 36-1. Stroud 55-1. Just something that isn't right with Stroud. 60-1 for Pierce. Goodson 60-1. Even without Nico, I'm going to think Houston is going to be good enough to win this game at home, Dave.
Yes.
I think they can win by 10 points.
I think so. Absolutely. They seem to be a different animal at home than when they're on the road.
Yes. And this could be a bloodbath for the bookies. If we get the favorites here, Dave, and some of these overs, it is going to be ugly for the sports book. Maybe do one opposite ticket. If you're going to do that, do one opposite ticket of all the other stuff. All underdogs and the unders, just in case, for an insurance policy. Regular touchdown scores, Mixon minus 185, Taylor minus 115, Diggs plus 130, Dell plus 165, Richardson plus 175, Downs plus 330, Dalton Schultz plus 350, Pittman plus 330, Pierce plus 420. The passing props in this game, Stroud baseline 236.5, so that's low for him.
Mm-hmm.
Richardson's 191.5. I would look at Stroud potentially to get 300 yards at plus 430. I mean, that's a good number for him against the Colts defense. That's not very good at the end of the day. He still has Diggs out there. He still has Dell out there. Stroud passing touchdowns, 3 passing touchdowns, plus 390 for him. That's a good number, right?
It is. He might find his way on my passing.
I do a quarterback card, and I'm gonna have to throw a Stroud on there today.
Yeah.
Richardson, 2 touchdown passes plus 280, 3 plus 11-1. I'm just never interested in the Richardson props. I want nothing to do with him.
Nope.
He just can get hurt, and that's just the moral of that story. I do like the tight end Schultz. I heard another prominent program where he said that he loved Dalton Schultz, actually, so it made me feel smart as well, because I had Schultz pegged at the beginning of the week for him to kind of have his kind of a Mark Andrews breakout moment, return from the depths of despair like DeMarcus Robinson did for us. I actually have Schultz on the straight 2 touchdown score by himself today. So he just needs to get it for a win. But Mixon, how do you not take the Joe Mixon receiving yards? 15.5 again. It always goes over. I can't remember the last time it's gone under. Jonathan Taylor's at 9.5. I think that's a number you have to look at too, as well, for his receiving yards over. You can get Joe Mixon today at 2-1 for 25 plus yards as well. Mixon is just a great player for his receiving yards number. And he is, where you thought he was going to disappear, he's turned into a little bit of an alpha dog down there in Houston.
Right.
So good numbers all around. The rushing props for Mixon, 78.5. I probably don't want that. I'm going to look at everything to come in through the air today for Houston. Jonathan Taylor is at 68.5. I could probably see that happening. I just don't like to play those big number receiving overs. It's just a lot to get to. Damian Pierce at 13-1. I could see that, actually. So any other thoughts on this, Dave?
No, Steve. I think we see some points. You got a couple of low hangers there, but I'm just gonna kind of hope that these two can kind of get it going in a little bit more of an exciting game to watch.
All right, the last 1 o'clock game on the board, 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time game, is the Lions and the Titans. The Lions are minus 11.5, 44.5. They look as good as any team in the NFL. They are a legit Super Bowl contender, and for all those reasons alone, I think it's a cakewalk against a Tennessee team who has been quite pathetic, to be honest. Their defense has been pretty nice until Buffalo ravaged them last week. They're getting nothing out of their offense, either of their quarterbacks, Rudolph or Levis. So Tennessee just outclassed here at the end of the day. The Lions can win this game by 20, 30 points, I figure, if they want to. Maybe they slow it down and Montgomery ends up having a big second half of rushing. If Montgomery does not have a touchdown by halftime, take him on your live line to score a touchdown, I think. Montgomery for a touchdown to start the game is at minus 130. So he'll be plus money before you know it once this game starts. Gibbs minus 140. St. Brown plus 105. Pollard plus 120. Laporta plus 240 is a good number for today. Ridley is at plus 320. Tim Patrick's a great number at plus 330. We do have some sleeper 2 touchdown scorer plays for him. Tyler Boyd is at plus 450. Khalif Raymond is at 5-1. Westbrook Akine plus 550. He's been scoring. We're kicking myself the last 2 weeks, nephew Dave, about what Nick Westbrook Akine.
And you usually do take him.
And we usually do take him. But he scored now in back-to-back weeks as a 10-1 or better payout for 1 touchdown. 2 touchdown scorers in this game. We'll have to throw one on our ticket. Gibbs plus 380. Montgomery 4-1. St. Brown plus 750. Pollard plus 750. Laporta 20-1. Tim Patrick 33-1. Ridley 35-1. Julius Chestnut 45-1. Tyler Boyd 50-1. Let's not get too cute, Dave. How about we just throw in Montgomery as our ringer on this long shot ticket here? We'll take David Montgomery for 2 touchdowns today. And I am a Gibbs guy.
I have Gibbs for 1.
I am a Gibbs guy at the end of the day. But this has Montgomery written all over it to me to hammer home the victory over Tennessee in the second half and win this going away for the Lions. So you like the Lions all day here, Dave?
Yeah, Steve. There's just, it's kind of the same scenario, maybe a little bit that we talked about with the Browns game against Baltimore, where the chances are slim to none probably. Same thing here. This is going to be Detroit props, however you want to fire them up. Very well put from you, Steve. Tennessee just kind of outclassed here. And I think it would be really kind of out there to see them pull this one off.
Mason Rudolph, 200.5 for his passing yards. Goff, 232.5. Goff touchdowns, minus 122 for 2. I think that's fair game. Especially if they're getting in through the air and not on the ground. Goff for 3 is at plus 350. Mason Rudolph, 3-1 for 2. 3 touchdowns for Mason Rudolph is at 12-1. Could we give Mason Rudolph 2 touchdowns at 3-1? Maybe. Especially if it's in catch-up time. They might even go back to Levis. So I think he's one just to avoid overall at the end of the day. So all Lions all day on this front. The receiving numbers straight up. Akine is 19.5. Calvin Ridley, 47.5. Okonkwo, 23.5. Boyd, 34.5. Tony Pollard, 19.5 is one I could get behind for the Titans, actually. Tony Pollard receiving yards, although he seems not to be this might be the last chance for him. Montgomery, 9.5 receiving yards. I could see that. Raymond, 24.5. Gibbs, 19.5. Laporta, 33.5. Patrick, 31.5. St. Brown, 71.5. Do I get Montgomery alternate receiving yards? Yes, I do. Montgomery for 25 receiving yards is at plus 390, Dave. How about that?
Oh, that'd be something to keep an eye on.
So we'll probably throw him on a ticket somewhere. Waiting for Tyler Boyd to do something, but even just for 50 yards for him plus 210, I mean, that doesn't interest me. Laporta, this could be a Laporta game as well. 60 yards for him is at plus 320. That's not the worst bet in the world. Without Jameson Williams, Tim Patrick's next best candidate. to step in. 50 yards for him is at plus 210. He's playing great for 2 touchdowns today. So I do have him on a longer shot ticket for 2 touchdowns. Tim Patrick is the player who's really good for Denver. Disappeared for about 3 years. Came back for Denver after injuries and stuff. Was cut, and now the Lions picked him up, and he's found his way to the end zone a few times now. So Detroit loaded with weapons, even without Jameson Williams. Rushing yards, Gibbs 64.5, Montgomery 54.5, Pollard 58.5, Mason Rudolph 7.5. So I'll look at the Montgomery receive yards. I'll look at Montgomery to score, Dave, on some low-hanging numbers. I might take a look at Laporta and his receiving yards as well to have a good game against a above-average Tennessee defense who's going to be overmatched at the end of the day.
Yeah, they're going to be probably they might start off well, but they're going to be on the field a lot, I feel like, and that's just going to burn them out towards the end.
Right, and the Lions can put up points as good as anybody here.
Quickly, too.
27.5 is their baseline. I think that's too little. So an alternate total for them, over 34.5 for the Lions is at plus 285. That is good enough for a round robin for me. So all Lions, all points, all day. Complete domination of Tennessee. All right.
I like it.
All right. Let's see here. That is it for the 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time games. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games at 4 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to be fun, including your game, Dave. We'll get to that in a minute. 49ers and the Cowboys, the night game. Giants Steelers tomorrow night. Let's go ahead and cue up the pie tasters. We will take a break to stretch out our legs, and we will be back here in about 6 or 7 minutes. And we will talk the rest of the NFL slate and get you out of here by about, we'll figure 11:45-ish this morning. All right, this is the round robin. Nephew Dave, Stephen Murray, the Deep End Broadcasting Network. We will be right back after this.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind, not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shonen Knife. Never fear, though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Stayed all night, I gotta ride. Each time I stayed all night, no, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night.
The NFL Week 8 round robin is live on the air. I am Stephen Murray. Nephew Dave will be back in a minute. We are the Deep End Broadcasting Network, broadcasting live from our Chicks Beach studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. Dave, right off the bat this morning, we had the Kidder 96 checking in from Atlanta, Georgia, normally in Kingsport, Tennessee.
All right.
But traveling the lower south is the round robin this morning.
Excellent.
With Kidder 96. Let's see here. To our late slate. If you're new, just tuning into the program, you're a late riser. What we do is we go over every gambling and wagering angle across the board all morning long with our guest, Dave Del Grande, with Nephew Dave in studio with myself. We had Nick Athen on earlier from the Chiefs Blitz talking about that game. He had a few props he threw out. He likes, and we'll talk about this game in a second. In fact, maybe we'll just start with this one with the Chiefs and the Raiders. But he likes Noah Fant on his low-hanging numbers. How do you not? 22.5. He says the offense is going through him right now, specifically. So if he's the leading receiver and the leading target getter, Noah Gray, that is. Noah Gray, 23.5 now. It was at 22.5, so we are moving lines this morning. And DeAndre Hopkins is now up to 39.5 from 34.5. So we are definitely moving lines this morning after our conversation with Nick. Interesting how that happens, Nephew Dave. He likes Brock Bowers as well in this game. 63.5 is his baseline. Kelsey's 54.5. Worthy 36.5. The Chiefs are 9.5-point favorites. 41.5 is the total. For 2 scores today. Kareem Hunt plus 430. Kelsey plus 850. Alexander Madison 15-1. DeAndre Hopkins 17-1. Xavier Worthy 19-1. Brock Bowers 23-1. Carson Steele 34-1. Patrick Mahomes 38-1. Noah Gray, let's start him off on the new 4 p.m. ticket. Dave, this will be the one me and you play with. How about that?
All right.
Trey Tucker is at 50-1. I can send you the other one if you want. It's just so many bets it actually gets to be pretty expensive. So
yeah.
We'll keep this one within our ballpark. Jacoby Myers 47-1. Justin Watson 60-1. Mecole Hardman 60-1. The Kansas City defense 80-1. Sneakily maybe good today.
Ooh.
And how about Zamir White all the way down to 100-1 because he's been getting counterfeited by Alexander Madison. Maybe Zamir White at 100-1 is a sneaky play, Dave, on a long shot ticket. We're gonna have to maybe just he just fits the Marcus Robinson profile of Thursday night. Where have you been, Zamir White? And now here he is. He'll pop up and give you 2 scores. So we'll go ahead and throw both of those guys, Noah Gray and Zamir White, as a long shot to score 2 touchdowns today in this game. Passing prop wise, we do have Minshew as the quarterback. Gardner Minshew, 205.5 his baseline. Patrick Mahomes, 235.5. Their passing yards, Minshew for 300 is at plus 520. Actually, that's 275 yards. You'll get almost 9-1 for Minshew to get 300 yards against the Chiefs today. If you think that's going to feasibly potentially happen, Mahomes hasn't gotten 300 yards in forever. You got to think he's due at some point. Plus 430 for him. So that's kind of actually a low hanger today. Oh, man, Mahomes can't throw for 300 yards today
right
inside Vegas. I'm going to have to add that to my list. And he hasn't been that great. So maybe Patrick Mahomes underneath the radar somehow take him on some action today as well. Mahomes for 3 touchdown passes is at plus 370. That's not the worst one either.
No.
To be honest. So we'll take a look at him. 4 touchdown passes for Mahomes is at 14-1 today. Minshew just for 2 is at plus 240. 3 is at plus 1060. And again, you'll get all the low hanger numbers on the receiving yards. But Dave, your thoughts on this one?
Steve, should be maybe a decent game. I do like the Alexander Madison. I just traded for him in fantasy. Had to kind of shake things up a little bit on that team. So made the trade. He's been, counterfeiting White, as you mentioned. Plus 170 anytime. 12-1 for 2, as you mentioned. Got to think if the Raiders are going to move the ball, he's going to be a pretty big part of that. So I would be interested in taking a look at the numbers that he has to offer yardage wise as well. But Steve, Chiefs just rolling. Their offense maybe little lackluster at this point, but the defense is pretty good. So they're, kind of riding that at the moment, it seems. But Steve, I like the Chiefs in this one, minus the Alexander Madison plays.
And you got to remember the Raiders were joking Mahomes with that whole Kermit the Frog thing.
Yeah.
So maybe he goes scorched earth on these guys. The Chiefs over 34.5 points is plus 440. That's what Mahomes 4 touchdowns passes is in play today, I think. To be honest, at that huge number over plus 1,000. So the Chiefs are another one who I haven't really thought about too much. They're kind of morphing on me here. And I'm not a Chiefs better per se, but they're convincing me. The further along we go is to join their ship a little bit. And I might take a shot on them this afternoon. The biggest success I had was on the Saints game where I had the Kelsey if you can't beat them, join them, maybe.
That might be the idea here.
All right. Let's see here. We'll take Noah Gray 50-1. And on a weird long shot, Zamir White at 100-1 to start off me and Nephew Dave's 4 p.m. crazy 2-touchdown score madness ticket. All right.
Steve, let me ask you this.
Yes.
Would this be a candidate for our touchdown field goal prop?
I do not trust the Raiders.
Okay. All right. No. We'll find better teams for that.
I think your game is. We'll get to that one in a minute.
Oh, definitely.
Saints and the Chargers. Interesting game. Chargers -7, 41.5. Last we saw the Saints, they were in complete disarray on Monday Night Football. We will get Spencer Rattler again. His baseline passing yards is 180.5. Justin Herbert at just 205.5. The Saints secondary has been very porous. So maybe a chance for Herbert's passing yards alternate over again. He's been doing well in that aspect the last few weeks. Slowed down a little bit in the second half in Arizona, but plus 290 for just 250 yards for Herbert against the lonely Saints. Plus 580 for 275. Plus 920 for 300 yards passing for Justin Herbert. You can't think he might not have a field day against these guys. Let's be honest. Touchdown passes for Herbert. 2 is plus 142. That's a great number for just 2. 3 is at plus 560. The Rattler numbers are going to be super attractable just in terms of how big they are. Plus 490 for 250 yards passing for Rattler. 275 yards or more is at plus 880. I can't get there with Spencer Rattler. I would take him on the interception. If you're allowed to parlay interceptions, which my book doesn't, Dave, yours may be able to do that.
I might be able to, yeah.
Why not take Rattler and Jameis Winston each to have an interception today? To be honest, I think you can throw Gardner Minshew on that list, perhaps as well.
That you know what?
You probably throw Mason Rudolph. I mean, if you can parlay some interception guys, you got a long list of guys you can go with today.
I'll maybe try and work on that real quick.
Yeah. See what you can get going there. Let's see. Do we have our man Quentin Johnston back yet? I don't see him listed. We do get Chris Olave back for the Saints, so that's good news for them. 49.5 receiving yards for him. Josh Palmer, 41.5. Kamara is at 29.5. Bub Means, 19.5. He's been targeted here by Rattler. 20.5 for Juwan Johnson. Foster Moreau, just 8.5. He was targeted by Rattler. In fact, he got 40 yards, almost 40 yards. Mason Tipton, 17.5. Can I get a Foster Moreau alternate receiving yards today? They're not going to give it to me yet. Maybe later. So I'll take a check of that. But Moreau at 8.5 yards has to be a play just for a catch. I mean,
which he can do. We've seen it happen.
He did that against Denver. He can do that against the Chargers.
Who was our other quarterback, Steve, that you wanted in there?
Jameis Winston.
That's right.
And Spencer Rattler, see if you can parlay that. Rushing props, Spencer Rattler, 20.5. Dobbins, 74.5. Just too many yards for me. Alvin Kamara, 51.5. Not interested. Herbert, 9.5. Slightly interested. Kamini Vidal, touchdown 2 weeks ago. Nothing to be seen from last week. I thought we'd see more of him. Taysom Hill is back, 16.5 for his rushing yards. Kendre Miller, 10.5. I could see Taysom Hill touchdowns today if the Saints get close. We might have to throw him back on our 2 touchdown ticket, Dave.
All right.
In a weird way. Let's see what they're paying today.
Almost 3-1, Steve, for those 3 quarterbacks.
Really?
Yep. You got a minus 155, 165, and 215. Your number was a little bit better.
We might have to take a look at that coming up.
So we'll get into the lounge here. Looking at
Dobbins for 2 touchdowns is plus 320. Kamara is 10-1. Ladd McConkey 17-1. Josh Palmer 18-1. Herbert 25-1. Olave 30-1 for 2 touchdowns. Vidal 30-1. Taysom Hill 34-1. Let's just throw him on the list. Why not? Simi Fiaco 50-1. DJ Shark 50-1. Jalen Rieger 50-1. Disley 55-1 for 2 touchdowns is a good payout. We'll throw him on the list. Disley with a lot of targets on Monday night. Bub Means 65-1. Juwan Johnson 70-1. That's actually attractive. And Spencer Rattler 70-1 for 2 touchdowns. So we'll go ahead and throw on Disley and Taysom Hill on this ticket as well, Dave.
All right.
See if we can mix and match these guys a little bit here. Any combination of, for a total of $8, $2 a leg, any combination of 2 touchdowns, Noah Gray, Will Disley, Taysom Hill, Zamir White, at an extreme long shot, averages out at $2,500 for your $2 payout. Just 2 of them. Just 2 of them. Any 2. Thoughts on this game, Dave?
It's just kind of a weird game here, Steve. I can see every reason.
That's a very weird game.
The Chargers should and probably will win this game. But, Steve, I did something a little surprising here. I'm actually going to give the Saints a little bit of hope. Plus 8.5 on the number for them. So I'm going to give them 8.5 points. I think they can cover that. Just seems like a weird game to me. So maybe they keep it close. And at the end of the day, I mean, I think the Chargers do get it done.
All right, I'm going to lean with the Chargers laying the points here, but I'm probably not going to take it. But if I have to pick on this side, I would say go ahead and take the Chargers. It's hard for me to think that they can get their alternate total points. Let's see. What are the Saints' total points today? That'd be kind of an interesting, weird one to look at.
Yeah, it couldn't be very high.
They're just 16.5. So if you want a nice payout on the Saints, if they can somehow muster themselves to 24 points, you'll get plus 320 on that. You're right, Dave. There's just a weird one. Why do I see this being 41-38 and some kind of craziness?
Oh, I'm sure that's exactly what it'll make it. You know, it's that weird game.
Indoor SoFi Stadium.
Right. How do you go about this one? Oh, it's not going to be that exciting. And then, like you said, the roof gets blown off the place.
All right, let's go to Seattle with the Bills and Seahawks. The Bills laying a field goal, 45.5. Looks like we may have some weather in this game, Dave. But the Bills, to me, are a mutter.
Yes.
So I don't think weather matters to them, especially on the field turf. But what do you got here?
You know what? This game, Steve, might actually be pretty good. Somehow.
Nick Alton likes the Seahawks. I like the Bills, so we're split on that.
I like the Bills too. I think they're,
no DK is a problem for Seattle today.
Exactly. I think the Bills are just a little bit better in that regard. But if there's no DK, if Seattle's going to get it going, I think you have to look at Smith and Jigma today with no DK. I have him on my fantasy team, and he does get me a decent amount of points every week. I think it was last week or maybe the week before where he had a down game. But I can usually at least count on him to kind of get his points and keep me, neck and neck with some of these teams in the league. But I think you have to look at him plus 195 anytime, 6-1 for 2. Maybe that's not the first thing, but Steve, give me the Bills probably by about 3.
All right, I'm going to take the Bills to win this game somewhat convincingly.
Okay.
Seattle got the big win at home, and I know this is not going to be popular even in the rain. But not having DK is going to be a problem. The Bills are a +10 on turnovers. I think you throw Geno Smith on the interception list here, Dave. We'll have to compile some interception guys here, maybe make a bet on that.
Oh, I like it.
But Geno Smith can go on that list as far as I'm concerned. Great numbers on the touchdown scorers today. Kenneth Walker, even. James Cook, +130. Amari Cooper, +160. Josh Allen, +165 will be on my ticket somewhere. Jackson Smith and Jigba, +180. Lockett, +195. I don't know how Lockett's better than any of these other Bills guys. Kincaid's +240. Keon Coleman is +330. Noah Fant, +370. Khalil Shakir, +390. That's a great number on him. Charbonnet's back from injury, +420. Dawson Knox, 7-1 for him. Ray Davis, there's a Ray Davis sighting. Great Monday night, 2 Monday nights ago. Nothing last week, +450. And the Buffalo defense, opportunistic, as we've said, at a +10 turnover ratio, is at +750 for a defensive touchdown for them today. Josh Allen on his passing props. 227 baseline, 227.5. Geno Smith, 242.5. Josh Allen for 300 yards today is at +550. Geno Smith at 300 yards today is at +350. Josh Allen for 3 touchdowns today, +360. I like that number. Geno Smith for 3+ touchdowns today is at +450. And then if we go back to the receivers, the low hangers are this. Charbonnet, 11.5. He can catch out of the backfield.
Mm-hmm.
James Cook, 13.5. He can catch out of the backfield. James Cook. So I'm going to have to notate these guys for later. Noah Fant, 32.5. Kenneth Walker, 25.5. He can catch out of the backfield.
Yep.
Keon Coleman, 31.5. Seems light to me, even in the rain. Shakir, 40.5. Smith and Jigba, 50.5. Lockett, 56.5. Kincaid, 41.5. Amari Cooper, 56.5. Rushing props, James Cook is at 61.5. Walker, the third, is 65.5. Josh Allen, 28.5. I would look at that actually alternate over. This could be a 50-yard rushing day for Josh Allen. That's +330 for him. Something just tells me in the rain, he's going to take matters into his own hands at times. 60 yards for Josh Allen is attractive at +540. 70 yards at +920 is attractive. So, in their games, he'll get 2 or 3, and that's it. But, man, when he can run and get it off, he can get it off. And why not in the rain today? I'll also take a look at Josh Allen for 2 touchdowns at 12-1. I'll throw him on our ticket that we have going, Nephew Dave,
All right.
of randomness. Our ticket of randomness of 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time games. Noah Gray, Zamir White, Taysom Hill, Will Dissly. We'll throw Josh Allen on that one as well. So give me Buffalo all day here. A coming home after a nice victory for Seattle with no DK Metcalf is going to turn south on them. Geno Smith with a pick as well. Other 2 touchdown scorers. You get some great numbers today. There's Dawson Knox at 100-1. Wow. Jake Bobo, 49-1. Charbonnet's 39-1. Shakir, 38-1. Noah Fant, 37-1. His stock should be up with no DK. Keon Coleman, 30-1. Dalton Kincaid, 21-1. Josh Allen, 12-1. Jackson Smith, 14-1. Lockett, 15-1. Amari Cooper, 12-1. James Cook, +850. Kenneth Walker, the third, +650. All right, Dave, anything else on this one?
No, should be, maybe we'll want to see a rain game. We haven't seen too many of those. Maybe we want to see a little muddy track there.
Dawson Knox, 2 touchdowns, except for his field turf, so it'll just be a slick putt-putt golf course. Dawson Knox, 100-1 for 2 touchdowns. has to be on some sort of a crazy ticket today.
Right.
Let's see here. As well as, I mean, Noah Fant at 37-1, especially if there's no DK, right?
Right.
And Fant's been trending upwards in the Seattle offense as well. All right, so we'll notate those guys. Amari Cooper, if he gets one, I'm not going to be surprised.
No, I think he
Throw him on the one
absolutely could.
touchdown list. Yep.
And he already has. I mean, that was a really good pickup for them. So that just makes them that much more dangerous, really.
All right, let's go to Carolina and the Broncos. Carolina, they're going to have all low hanger numbers. They're 10.5-point dogs. This is the Bryce Young error part 3, maybe. Twice now he's had to come back off the bench. But Bryce Young, 161.5 for his baseline. Bo Nix is at 201.5. Their passing touchdown numbers are going to pay off the charts here. Nix for 3 is at plus 540. Bryce Young for 2 is at plus 450. The Denver defense is good. Bryce Young, he could be on our interception list.
I was just about to say.
Quarterbacks. That list is getting longer by the minute. We're going to have to do that, Dave. We're going to have to throw on $5 each on a bunch of these quarterbacks to throw a pick.
I'm with it.
Let's see here. There's going to be some low-hanger receiver numbers on these guys as well, right? Let's see. Mingo is 13.5. Miles Sanders, 8.5. Chuba Hubbard, 16.5. I think that's actually fair.
Yep.
I would take Chuba today on a 25 or more, or maybe 40 or more. Xavier Leggett, 33-1. Cortland Sutton, 43.5. Javonte Williams, 18.5. He can catch it as well. That's actually a good number. Devon Valet, 25.5. Troy Franklin, 30.5. My man, Lucas Kroll, 13.5. He's been throwing it to Kroll. And Kroll for 50 yards today is at plus 1040. I'm going to have to jump on some Lucas Kroll again, Dave.
Yep.
Because he has been targeted here by Denver. In fact, we're going to have to throw him on our weird ticket, I think, for 2 touchdown scores. So look out for some Lucas Kroll and Foster Moreau action again. As that is a bet we've had earlier in the year, a couple weeks back, that almost paid out $174,000 for us, but not quite. We're literally, let's see, it wasn't much, 12 yards short, 21 yards short altogether on 2 players. The difference in winning $174,000 and $1,200. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, not much at all.
So let's see here. This show would be viral by that point.
Oh, absolutely.
Sure. Not that our winning tickets shouldn't have us on that right path already, right? I mean,
you're right.
And we've been flipping through our winning tickets all morning. We appreciate you tuning in, guys, as well. A lot of new listeners and viewers from the state of Pennsylvania last week, Nephew Dave.
Oh, nice.
Send me a message thanking us on our Amari Cooper second half touchdown play.
Nice.
But 2 touchdown scores today. Let's see here. Javonte Williams, 5-1. Chuba Hubbard, plus 850. Bo Nix, plus 850. Sutton is 14-1. Jaleel McLaughlin, 23-1. Devon Valet, 34-1. Man, I don't see my man Kroll on here for 2. Dang it.
Oh.
The Denver defense, 55-1. That has a chance for 2. Miles Sanders, 60-1. Maybe
Lucas Kroll, right?
Yeah. Do you have him for 2 on yours?
60-1.
Yeah. I have him at 8-1. I'll just go and throw him on 8-1 for 1 touchdown.
There you go. Yeah.
Maybe I'm trying to make life a little easier here. All right. So Lucas Kroll, 12-1 for 1 touchdown. Here, give me Denver all day, Dave, and all the Denver props.
Yep. Denver should come out on top here. I will take a Chuba Hubbard anytime touchdown. If they're going to score, I imagine he's going to have something to do with it. But I'm going to look for them to get bottled up. And, Steve, I actually don't do this very often, but I am going to play a under here. Under 41 points today. Broncos defense is pretty decent in my mind. Carolina probably underclassed here, as you would say. So give me the Broncos and give me the under.
Chuba Hubbard receive yards. I don't have for an alternate. You probably do somewhere. But at 16.5, it'll be good enough for me on an individual ticket for that.
For his receiving?
Yeah.
25 plus.
Yeah.
At plus 155. If you want to go up to 40, you're getting 425. And if somehow he gets 50 plus receiving yards, you'll get paid plus 750.
I think those are all worth a shot, as Bryce Young will dump it off to him repeatedly.
Right.
Under duress from the Denver defense. All right, your game, Dave. Washington and Chicago. Washington minus 1.5, 45.5. What do you got here?
Steve, I think we see some points here today. Both teams have all the weapons to do it. I think the props are wide open here. Again, I actually threw Washington on that ticket. I have a lot to do with them today. I have a Brian Robinson anytime. Let's see, what else do we have? I did a same game where I took the over. DJ Moore gets involved. He gets a touchdown. Nice number today for him. Let's see here. There's just a lot, Steve. Brian Robinson over 50 rushing.
Buyer beware of McLaurin. His guy has only given up, his counterpart in the secondary has only given up 13 yards total to the number one receivers he's faced the last couple of weeks.
Yep. So going to be a tough matchup for him, but that's going to leave some opportunities for some other guys. And Steve, if we're going to look for points here today, you get a pretty decent number for Washington at just over 23.5. So we're feeling pretty good, Steve. This should be an exciting game. You've got the the 1 and 2 overall picks from the draft going head to head today. The weather should be nice. Home game for Washington. Fans are starting to come out a little bit more. So I think just some excitement here. And if there was a roof on that building, it would probably get blown off with, I think, the points we're going to see today as well.
All righty. Let's see here. Receiver yards, McLaurin 54.5, Ertz 28.5, Noah Brown 31.5, Komet 36.5, DJ Moore 59.5, Roma Dunze 32.5, Keenan Allen 43.5, DeAndre Swift 19.5. I don't see any McCaffrey, 19.5 for Eckler. Hopefully some more numbers pop up later on. Brian Robinson for 55.5 rushing yards is an interesting play. Eckler 19.5. DeAndre Swift, 60.5. He could have a good game. Caleb Williams, 19.5. He's been going over his number a decent amount. Caleb Williams for 40 yards is at plus 440. So I would pay attention to that as well. So I'll mark that down. That's been one of Dave Del Grande's specials, is the Caleb Williams rushing yards on the season. And he's done well for us in that respect. Passing-wise today, I don't have Robinson listed with his numbers yet, passing, but I do have Williams for 227.5. Do you have Brian Robinson?
Brian Robinson?
No, the quarterback, Jaden Daniels. Do you have his quarterback passing number?
No, he is at 206.5.
Okay, all right. So he's popping up for you late on some other books here. I like Brian Robinson today, at least a score for 1, and I think I like him for 2 as well. Plus 115 for 1. He'll be on a ticket. DeAndre Swift is even money. McLaurin plus 145. Jaden Daniels, I do have a touchdown score number for him. Plus 165. DJ Morris plus 170. Keenan Allen plus 220. Cole Kmet plus 280. Eckler plus 290. Roshan Johnson plus 320. Roma Dunze all the way down to plus 340. Noah Brown plus 430. Zacchaeus plus 650. He's been all over the place for you guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
So De'Ami Brown plus 950. That's a good number for Commander.
Anytime?
Yep.
Oh, that's a sneaky one because he will catch one. You know, we've seen it happen many times. He catches a long touchdown. So that is a sneaky play right there.
Interesting. maybe we just throw him on our maybe we throw Brian Robinson for 2 and De'Ami Brown for 1 on this ticket.
Oh, all right.
That way we can match it up with the Kroll for 1, Allen for 2, Disley for 2, Taysom Hill for 2, Noah Gray for 2, and Samir White for 2. This is an interesting little ticket now.
That is some wildness going on over there.
Yep. In fact, this ticket's getting expensive as well. Maybe we don't even play the 2s. We just play the 3s on this to keep the price down. Let's see. Can we even put 10 cents on it? Yeah, sure we can. So, Dave, if we do it this way, a total of $12.30 altogether, the payout is $383,000.
Wow.
1 by De'Ami Brown, 2 by Brian Robinson Jr., 1 by Lucas Kroll, Josh Allen for 2 is at 12-1, Disley 50-1, Taysom Hill 34-1, Zamir White 100-1, Noah Gray 50-1, and honestly, we just need any combination of these 3 or 4, and that will be a payout at the end of the day.
Right.
All right. So, sound good to you on this one?
Yep. Fire away.
In fact, let me juice the 4s up to maybe 15 cents each. That makes it 13.7. Let's do 20 cents each. That might be an even 15. Yeah, even $15 now.
Excellent.
To win $692,404. All right, bet is placed. I like the Bears if Daniels is in this game, Dave. Now that we're going to get Daniels, it looks like I like the over. That was my initial thought on this game from the get-go. As if we did have Daniels and give me the points. We have seen his total go up today. I did play it over earlier in the week, anticipating that it would go up. So I'm on the better side of things with my play already on the alternate over. I expect a fun game. Like we said earlier, in August, when would you expect these two to be the game of the day here in this part of October?
But here we are.
Our last Sunday of October football, and then we got November football already, Dave.
Yeah.
How crazy is that? In fact, it will be conference championship time in college football in a month. How crazy is that?
I know, right? It's flying along.
All right. Any other thoughts here?
No, Steve. I'll be just excited and ready to see what happens. A good test today, and a win would man, that would really do some things in the standings.
The Cowboys are catching 4.5, 47.5. We know about the 49er injuries, but it looks like they'll get some players back today, which they need. It looks like we'll have Debo in the lineup. Looks like we'll have George Kittle in the lineup. They still have Jordan Mason, CD Lamb for an anytime touchdown is plus 130, Debo plus 130, Kittle plus 140, Pearsall plus 230, Jake Ferguson 3-1. Jalen Tolbert plus 330. Dave, is this as simple as the Niners own the Cowboys? They'll win this game again? Or do you lack the same trust maybe in the 49ers as you do maybe the Cowboys? I don't think I trust either one of them at this point.
I really don't, Steve. But if I had to take one, you can imagine that I'm going to take San Fran with them getting their guys back. Dallas just, what's going on? It's not the same team that maybe we're used to seeing at this point in the season. The number there of 5, I feel like is tricky. The 47 number for the over/under might be achievable. I think I would certainly look there. I don't have anything played in this game just yet, but I would imagine that you could take some maybe Jordan Mason for 2. I think might be in play here. But Steve, give me San Fran to win at home. Dallas, traveling over there, it's not all that far maybe, but if I'm going to have to take one, then give me San Fran.
It seems to me that these teams play under games more often than not. So I'm going to lean on the under on a night game here, 47.5. And which we may get some games with a lot of points, at least one-sided points today. Maybe potentially a bunch of favorites covering as well with favorites and the overs. Give me an under game to where the bookmakers can win a little bit of money back here. Although I wouldn't be surprised if all the sharps are on the under, and then we'll clean house on this game. because, I mean, that's just the kind of style these two play against each other. Better defenses than offenses at the end of the day. This game to me just sounds like an under 47.5. I'll be wary of what kind of props I get into. I'll obviously have to play something. No World Series game tonight. They'll move to New York, so we'll get a break from that on Sunday Night Football, and we'll have to look at some low-hanging numbers if we can get them. Maybe Jordan Mason receive yards at 9.5 on an alternate number I can get down with. Jordan Mason for 40 yards or more is at plus 980. That's an interesting number, Dave.
It is.
50 yards for him is at plus 1,500.
I think, that's worth playing.
Well,
anyway.
you play him with your Kroll, you play him with your Foster Moreau, and you got some long shot guys there. If you can just do an El Cheapo round robin, you get a huge payout if those can click for just 50 yards each. All right, Dave, one more night game tomorrow night, Pittsburgh and the Giants. Again, I think this is a game that trends under. It is at 36.5. So props are going to be hard for me to come by if I like the under here. So I'll pick a bunch. I like both defenses. All right, so this really could be a 13-10er. So no props for me at the end of the day. In fact, I'll probably bet under on a bunch of the props come tomorrow. Your thoughts here?
So Steve, I'm with you. The defense is here. I'm going to throw this out there for maybe a Monday night kind of craziness. Give me 17-13 Steelers.
Correct score, Dave. I love it. That's a good one. What's your payout on that?
Let's check here. I need to go into the game props, I believe is where that is. Oh, correct. Oh, here it is.
I love that. 17-13 sounds perfect for this game, especially with a 5.5-point spread. That makes the Giants barely covering, right?
Right. Oh,
maybe Boswell misses a field goal from 55 or something in the open-ended part of the stadium.
All right. Steelers 17, Giants 13. You're getting paid 110-1.
Honestly, bet both quarterbacks have an interception.
Yep.
Russell Wilson and Daniel Jones. But we won't add them to our Sunday ticket.
No. But 17-13, I mean, you put $5 on that. That's not bad.
All right, new segment for the show. We started last week. We'll pick our two most likely games to get to overtime today. The Dolphins-Cardinals game is now locked out off the board, Dave, so that must have some interesting news on that one. Go ahead and give me a couple of potential overtime games for you today.
Steve, I'm going to start with mine. Bears and Commanders. Again, two teams that at this point in the season kind of look just like each other. So give me a little overtime in Washington. And then if I'm taking another one, oh boy. Maybe give me somehow, some way in this divisional game, the Texans and the Colts.
I could see it. I could see it. I got a couple opportunities. Go and give me the Falcons and the Buccaneers for overtime.
I like that. Yep.
Because they went to overtime the last time that they played, even with Evans and Godwin out. Maybe a feisty Baker can keep him in there, and they push that to overtime. And then give me the night game tonight, Dallas and the 49ers. Why not get to overtime? Tied at 16 apiece. Winner wins 19-16. All right, let's cue up the most popular sounder in sports. Our 2 touchdown scores for today. And then we'll do our best bets. Then we'll go ahead and get on out of here. Obviously, Halloween for the Ant-Man was a little too much.
Fucking damn it. Johnny.
4 weeks. 20 papers.
Look at all these notes.
$2
Oh, boy.
plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 2 snaps and a Rick Flair. It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah.
Give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers. Get the papers.
All right, Dave, give me your 2 touchdown scores.
All right.
You sent me a nice ticket. I like it. I'm going to play it.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I think, we'll go back to the well there with Mark Andrews for 2 today against the Cleveland Browns. I like Drake London today. He's got a pretty nice number. I think he has a potential to get in for 2 against that Bucs secondary. Give me Mr. Reliable Joe Mixon. Not the prettiest number, but you got to figure he might be the ringer of that bunch against the Colts. And then we'll round things off with a nice little 4-leg of Brian Robinson Jr. against the Bears today, Steve.
All righty. 2 touchdown scores for me. Obviously, I always have a million of them. But take a look at James Conner. Dave Del Grande likes him. So we'll take a look at him today. On a long shot, if we're going game by game here, Hunter Henry on a long shot. Chase Brown's always a great candidate for me for 2 touchdowns for the Bengals today. We'll take my man Dontavian Wicks. Right? Why not? Ride the hot hand with Wicks for 2 touchdowns today. I like Dave's call with London. But if you need someone on the flip side, Cade Otton should get plenty of targets today and a favor to Baker Mayfield to get 2 touchdowns. You can take any number of Ravens. Dave mentioned Andrews. Always Henry is a good option as well. So just pick your poison there, really. Dalton Schultz is one guy who's been under the radar to me. So I think he can emerge for the Texans today as a good 3rd option against a Colts defense that should give up points to the tight ends. They are not that good. Any number of Lions can obviously get 2 touchdowns today. Tim Patrick is a nice long shot price for him. But how do you go wrong with Montgomery at the end of the day? 2 touchdowns in the Saints and Chargers game. I think if the Saints get close, I like Taysom Hill for that reason. That's why I threw him on that ticket. I didn't really explain it, Dave. But rather than having Spencer Rattler and trusting him down by the goal line, maybe you do get a lot more Taysom Hill down in goal-to-go action, and then Hill's the kind of guy to keep it himself. Even him catching the ball gives him a good shot for 2 at those odds today. Any number of Bills can obviously get 2 touchdowns today for Buffalo. I'll take a look at Dalton Kincaid at the end of the day if I really need to choose one. The Commanders and Bears game, I mean, there's 2 touchdown galore guys everywhere. You have DJ Moore could have a good game. I think my best one is going to be Brian Robinson Jr., taking in the consideration of the ribs of the quarterback Daniels. When they get close, let's just feed Brian Robinson Jr. the ball more. With the Broncos today, take a long shot at my man Kroll for 2 touchdowns on a long shot ticket. And then Dave Del Grande thinks that Noah Gray can have a fantastic day for 2 touchdowns as well. So maybe we'll take a shot with him. All right. Best bets today, Dave. Go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna choose these here, and these are my team total. We're gonna go with the Ravens over 31.5. We're gonna go with the Packers at over 27.5. Washington over 23.5, and we'll finish things off today with the Falcons having a nice day against the Bucs secondary. Over 27.5 points, Steve.
All righty. I got a round robin going with the Rams minus 5.5 already. I got the Cardinals on the upset side of things, minus 7.5 at only plus 470, mind you. You would think that would be a lot more. That's probably why I like it. I'm going to take the team alternate point total over for the Packers, the Ravens, the Texans, and the Lions. I can probably do that with the Chiefs and the Broncos as well. I'm going to look at a ton of running backs for their receiver yards today. And not necessarily in that order. You might get some tight ends mixed in with this. Let's see here. You're getting Noah Gray numbers that look great. David Montgomery receiving yards looks great. Foster Moreau is a real low number. Kroll, again, is a low number. We'll go with him. Lucas Kroll for the Broncos. Let's see. Charbonnet looks like that he's got a low number for his receiving yards. I would love to see one on Brian Robinson Jr. when that comes out. The Mark Andrews receiving yards looks good. Always on a Joe Mixon receiving yards for him. So you got to do that. I like your Drake London pick for sure, Dave. Let's ride Drake May a little bit again as well. Nick Afton earlier says take Brock Bowers against his Chiefs. He loves Bowers. The Hopkins baseline has jumped. DeAndre Hopkins for the Chiefs, his baseline has jumped 5 yards. So is it too much? I don't know. Caleb Williams rushing yards. Chuba Hubbard receive yards. Let's see. And we'll take Noah Fant. We'll take Noah Fant and Noah Gray today, as they can both benefit from their missing receivers. And throw Dawson Knox for 2 touchdowns in somewhere at 100-1 odds overall. And out of the ashes, maybe Zamir White shows up out of nowhere.
Right.
He's over 100-1 odds as well. All right. And you know what? My man, Nick Westbrook-Akine.
Yes, don't forget about him.
I'll have to mention him just one more time. Take a shot at him, perhaps, because the last 2 weeks, if you bet on him, you're cashing a lot of money. The straight-up games that I like. We will lean with the Cardinals in the upset. We'll take the over in the Philly and the Bengals game. We'll take the Packers on to cover their number. The Falcons-Buccaneers game is up, Dave. I'll take a higher scoring game there and favor the Falcons, I think. Obviously, the Ravens, that spread is coming down. I'm not going to take the Ravens on the spread. I'll lay off of that. I think the Texans can cover their number at home. The Lions are up to 12.5. I think they can probably cover their number at home. Sneaky game in the Saints-Chargers, and that's just a weird one. We'll play over the total just for fun, Dave, just because we'll get there. And the Bears-Commanders, give me the over in that one as well. I'll take Buffalo -3 over Seattle as well. All right, Dave, that should do it for week 8.
Yes, sir.
If you need any bit of the program refreshed here for the next hour before kickoff, then you can go ahead and go back to our YouTube channel. That is Deep End 757 Broadcasting. You can go to the website, give it a minute or two, and then we'll be back up for replay. You can catch my conversation with Dave Del Grande. You can hear me rant about the people who hate same-game parlays and call this a bad product. We are the ones laughing at the end of the day, Dave.
That's right.
So you can catch any of that on the website, Deep End 757 Broadcasting. We'll come back tomorrow night.
Yes.
6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with what will hopefully be a full slate of hockey. I think we actually have a bigger slate.
It'll be much better than it was.
All right. Good luck on your tickets today, guys.